Welcome you into the barn that is the press box at Robinson Field. Tonight's game, week 2 of the high school football season, the Monroe Hornets take on the Ross Rams. Joel Sackenheim and Dr. Dan Vogt.
Hi there, Joel.
How we doing, Dan?
I'm doing pretty well. I just want to get this game going, but the weather's not cooperating right now.
Yeah, the weather is not cooperating at all. The rain was coming in horizontally right before we went on the air. It looks like the rain has taken the strategy of going on a more vertical drop game now.
Yes, you want vertical rain, get more yards that way.
Yeah, 4 verticals down into the field turf here at Robinson Field. It was very muggy earlier tonight, very sunny outside, very, very hot here in this press box, and then the storm front has come in. A lot of the games have been postponed, and by postponed, I don't mean canceled for the night and come back tomorrow. I mean just half an hour or an hour late start. It's going to be a late
just
evening.
some delays out there. Yeah, we'll get through them. It's going to make for a later night, but it's going to be fun. So
we're sitting here in the press box right now. As far as I know, the last I had heard the most recent clap of thunder at 6:45.
Okay.
Or excuse me, 6:35 was when the stadium was supposed to be opening. It is now 6:51. Stadium is not open yet. No fans are inside. No players are warming up. So we've got a little ways to go still until we're ready to start our game tonight.
That's right. So just kind of chime in a little bit later, and if we're talking, going to get ready to call the game.
Yeah. We'll go ahead and put updates out on Twitter. You can find us at the Butler County High School Sports Report Twitter page, as well as at WMOH SAC. So let's see, at WMOH_SAC or at BCHSS Report. And either way, you'll be able to find updates as far as when we're able to get this game started. I'm thinking probably 7:30-ish or 8-ish is the most likely goal.
I would agree.
Ross and Monroe, you want to, we're on the air now. We'll give
Sure.
you a little bit of a preview. I'm sure we'll repeat this when we go on later on as we're getting ready to start here. Ross and Monroe both 1-0. Where you want to start, Dan?
Just the way they did it. Both teams dominant running games. Joel has discussed with me triple option. Which team does that more than the other, Joel?
I would think both teams are probably going to do some triple option.
Okay, I gotcha.
I got to see, you and I called Monroe's playoff game at Elida last year.
Yes, very memorable.
Oh, yes. And that triple, it's interesting with the triple option because how it appears really depends on how it's defended. The defense kind of calls the shot, and the offense reacts to whatever is being given. With Elida, we saw a lot of fullback dive, and they never really did shut down the fullback runs up the middle. That does not mean that Ross is going to defend it the same way. It may look totally differently tonight for all we know. Now,
just looking at last week, Ross took on the Wilmington Hurricane, defeated him pretty soundly, 48-31.
One Hurricane.
One Hurricane. It's gone. You'll never see him again. Maybe they'll get another one up there. I never knew Wilmington, Ohio was famous for hurricane. Cane.
Just one.
Just one.
Just one. That's right.
Anyway, it was a coming out party for Riley Caldwell. He's a sophomore, 5'10", 185 pounds, so not the biggest back. So I'm looking forward to seeing him. He must have some speed and moves, I'm guessing. He had a 40-yard touchdown run in the fourth quarter. He had 3 touchdowns altogether, a 9-yard run earlier in the game, a 15-yard run earlier in the game also. So looking forward to seeing Riley Caldwell specifically in this Ross running game.
Riley Caldwell last week against Wilmington, to drive home your point here, 20 carries, 279 yards rushing with those 3 touchdowns. That's an average of 14 yards per rush. And a log of
14, there's that number again.
There's that number again,
Pete
14
Rose.
per rush.
Yes.
Pete Rose. Monroe Hornets.
Yes.
They played Talawanda last week. We don't know. Talawanda's going through a coaching change. Larry Cox is now at Franklin. They've got new coaching staff. I believe Volker is his name. He came from Kings as the assistant coach there. So it's going to take him a little while probably to get the Brave, again, one single Brave, on track up there in Oxford. But Monroe was kind of like Sharks finding little blood and chum in the water there, and they jumped out really, really early in this game.
Yeah, just looking at that game, Monroe defeated Talawanda. That was 49-14, and you're right. They jumped out way early, often running the ball with abandon. Just for example, total yards for Monroe last week, 482, and rushing was an even 400 yards. Now, I can't remember the last time I've seen a 400-yard rushing game. It's been a while. So
Well,
that's getting to-
Ross last week rushed for 476.
Oh, wow.
So the two teams combined for 876 rushing yards last week in their two respective games.
Well, there's something to be said. I mean, if you can run the ball and the defense knows it's coming and they're like, try and stop me, and they can't stop you, it's very demoralizing on the defense, and it wears you down. You know, being an old Terry Malone disciple, I saw it many years back in the day with the Baden Rams. They could really run the ball and just crush people that way.
We got this tweet just out here from the Hornets Nest. I don't know who is officially running Monroe's Twitter account at the Hornets Nest 2. Says, and they got a background of a kind of an army green background with their Monroe Hornet logo, and it says "Beat Ross" underneath that logo. And their tweet here is football on lightning delay, but it don't matter, giving them more time to wait till Ross gets their bleep kicked.
Yes,
That's not at all arrogant there, Monroe. I guess Grandpa Sack would always say it's not bragging if you can do it.
Yes.
Shots have been fired. We'll see if they're able to.
Yeah, Monroe's coming out cocky there. At least that one guy is who needs to fix the don'ts, make it doesn't maybe. Grammar police there.
But it don't matter. Yeah.
It don't matter.
Yeah, poor Springboro here. Their Twitter account, like, they're playing their game tonight. The Springboro Panthers have their game against Middletown up at Barnett Stadium, and 6:45 p.m. update, same story. We'll wait to try to get the game in. Springboro ended up not getting their game in last week with Lebanon because of COVID.
Oh, wow.
That game last week, Lebanon canceled fairly early in the week due to COVID, and so Springboro went on this entire online campaign where they were out there posting who wants to play us.
Yes.
We will play anybody with basically 3 hours notice or whatever it was if we can get on the bus and get to you in time.
Wow.
You had fans and media members jumping out saying Clinton Massey's not playing anybody. Marysville opponent canceled, schedule them. Couple schools in Indiana they were talking to.
Okay, since you're the playoff guru, would a game that would be conjured up on short notice like that actually count, or is it an exhibition game?
Absolutely, it counts.
Wow.
If it's two OHSAA schools, it counts, and they're both going through it because neither team would have had time to review film or anything at that point in time. There are a couple examples actually tonight of games. One of them, again, if they get these in due to the lightning,
Right.
Bethel Tate ended up with an issue with COVID, and so did Batavia.
Okay.
And so both of them canceled their games. One of them was playing New Richmond. The other one was playing McNicholas. And New Richmond and McNicholas picked up the phone. They're both on the east side of Cincinnati. Called each other. They weren't scheduled to play each other this year during the regular season. And they put together a makeshift game on probably 24 or 48 hours notice.
Fabulous.
So, yeah, Springboro did not get a game in last week at all. They had to take the bye because nobody would end up playing them. And here they are now at Barnett Stadium waiting to get their game in. And now they got lightning delays to worry about. Those guys have got to be like caged animals wanting to get out and can I hit somebody, please?
Exactly, please.
My
Lightning,
goodness.
COVID, what's going to stop them next week? Who knows?
Please, let's just hit somebody. Well, another game we'll be keeping track of tonight during our game. This game has a sister game up in Sugar Creek, and I don't know if they're going to get their game up there in Dayton, if they're far enough out of the storm front or not yet. But the Baden Rams will take on the Bellbrook Golden Eagles. That's a very, very big game, as is this one, in Division III, Region 12. Baden and Bellbrook both finished 6-0 last year. They were the only two 6-0 teams in Division III, Region 12. They were rewarded in the coaches' poll with the top two seeds. Bellbrook got voted the 1 seed, and Baden got voted the 2 seed. Ross actually knocked out Bellbrook in the regional semis, and Alter knocked out Baden.
That was great. Yes.
Yep, so it ended up being a Ross-Alter regional final, the 5 and the 6 seeds. But Baden and Bellbrook would play each other tonight. Whoever wins that game is going to have a lot of consideration for the number 1 overall seed in this bracket because there's a lot of potential for a lot of second-level points if the loser of that game continues to win.
Well, the radar is showing that the storms are heading interesting weather pattern. It's going from south to north, so you're seeing the rain shoot up from southwestern Ohio and go towards Dayton. So that Baden-Bellbrook game might be on a delay also. We can always check Twitter.
Or they might get started and then end up having in the second quarter to –
oh, no.
I mean, that can happen too, right? I mean, I'm seeing here on Twitter – Rick Casano here, dark clouds coming this way, but at least we will be starting on time, and he's at the Baden game tonight. So that's the answer to that question. Rick Casano will be keeping us posted on Baden and Bellbrook as we go. The reason that game matters, as well as this game, and I call them sister games, is
Right.
because of the way the second level points will work on this thing. Obviously, tonight's game for Ross and Monroe, whoever wins it is getting 5.5 first level points.
Right.
The same goes for Baden and Bellbrook. Baden and Ross will play against each other in week 5, 3 weeks
Yes.
from now.
Yes.
If Baden and Ross both win tonight, then that means that both of them are getting 5.5 points. That puts Monroe and Bellbrook a little notch below them. It means every time that Monroe and Bellbrook win from there on out, Ross or Baden will continue to get points. And it means that Baden and Ross's head-to-head game will be worth 5.5 more points than it otherwise would have been for whoever wins that game.
And honestly, I think they're trying to foster this Baden-Ross rivalry. I think
That's a great rivalry.
I mean, the two Rams going at each other, Butler County schools. I mean, I think it's fabulous too.
We went many, many years with these two schools not playing each other. It is very refreshing to see them take the field head-to-head.
It really is.
Monroe and Bellbrook, the other two schools involved in that sister game action tonight, they play each other in the Southwestern Buckeye League. They're in the same conference. They play each other week 9. So the same thing we said about Baden and Ross about being able to pick up some points, make their head-to-head game worth more, make Bellbrook and Monroe worth less, that applies in reverse as well if Monroe is able to win here at Robinson Field tonight and if Bellbrook is able to defend their home turf up in Sugar Creek against Nick Yorty's Baden Rams tonight.
That's right.
All right, so it's 7:02. We don't know exactly what time we're going to be starting, but we're going to go ahead and put this thing on the delay message for break, and we will come back and let you know as soon as we're going back. Check Twitter, and we'll hopefully be able to have a message out there for you as soon as we have a starting time and the guys are taking the field. So it's Joel Sackenheim, Danny Vogt signing off just for now, and we'll be back hopefully in a half an hour or so. I think George Carlin used to say, "We're not back. You're back. We've been here." Hello, everybody, and welcome again to Robinson Field, home of the Ross Rams, where in about 5 minutes or so, we're going to get an hour late start due to lightning, but we're going to play the Monroe Hornets and the Ross Rams, Joel Sackenheim and Dr. Dan Vogt. Pleased to have you with us here from Ross. How we doing, Dan?
I'm doing fine. I'm looking forward to this good game. A lot of running here, old school game. It's going to be great.
All right. I know we did a little bit of a mini pregame show ahead of time, but for those that just tuned in, Ross and Monroe, both 1-0, both very, very run heavy. Ross had 48 points last week against the Wilmington Hurricane.
That's right.
And it was the Riley Caldwell show.
Yes, it was. Came out. He's a sophomore. I'm looking forward to seeing this young man run. 5'10", 185 pounds. Let's see what can happen with this young man.
He wears number 15, and last week against Wilmington, he had 20 carries, 279 yards, and 3 touchdowns. I hope you started him on your SWAC fantasy team last week.
14 yards a carry. That's getting it done, Joel.
Both the teams have cleared the field. It looks like the Ross Marching Band is gathering in the south end zone. They're probably going to be taking the field, and I guess we're going to have a national anthem coming up as soon as they get on. Monroe, real quickly, while we're waiting for the band to take the field. Monroe beat Elida last year in a playoff game, and that really put them on the map. They've struggled for a while, but they finished 4-5 last year. They're 1-0 after walloping Talawanda last week.
Yes. They manhandled them. Between both these teams, first games, they threw a combined total of 5 passes. So expect a fast-paced running game. And even though we might be an hour delay on the transmission of this game, it might get over at the same time.
It might. It just might. Well, as you say, 5 pass attempts between the two of them. Almost 900 rushing yards in between the two of them last week.
Yes, that's getting it done.
And Monroe laid the woodwork early to Talawanda. They scored 35 points in the first half of that game. I listened to some of that first half. Joey Vogt and Chris Vogt had the call on that. I think Joey was about to have a coronary. He was so excited. There were so many points.
Well, I'm hoping we see some points tonight, Joel.
The Ross Marching Band has taken the field, and they are numerous. Very sizable marching
Beautiful band.
As they face the home stands.
And
the
here we
rain
are.
has stopped. The lightning has stopped. The sun has gone down. And here comes the national anthem.
As we honor this great nation of ours and all those who have served our country, as the Ross, let's take a moment to have a moment of silence for our soldiers that were lost in Afghanistan. If you would, before we do our national anthem. Our brave soldiers around the globe, and we thank you, veterans that are here tonight, for the service that you have made for this country. And now, our band of class will play the Star Spangled Banner.
An elegant and poignant rendition
Very well done.
of the Star Spangled Banner as played by the Ross High School Marching Band. And as you heard earlier, PA announcer leading all of the stadium in a moment of silence for the 13 fallen yesterday in Afghanistan. And Lord willing, there's not more to come, but that does not look like a pretty situation over there, to say the least. So, all right, there's no easy segue from that into playing football, but that's what we're going to do. We're going to take a very quick commercial break, and then we'll be back with the action. Ross and Monroe. Yeah, we're an hour late, but better late than never here on the Butler County High School Sports Report Radio Network.
Looking for future leaders we can believe in? Look no further than the high school student athletes right here in Ohio. High school sports teach young people how to be effective leaders. It includes learning to listen, accepting responsibility, being a good role model, and it's about respect. The result, it transcends sports. It gives us hope for the future. This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Ross Band, so go ahead, Dan.
I said we're back as Ross Band is playing their alma mater, and it sounds like on Wisconsin.
Yes,
to
on
me.
Wisconsin, on Rosconsin, marching on Rams as they go. Big game tonight for Monroe and Ross in the sister game up in Sugar Creek. They have not had a weather delay, astonishingly enough, that I know of yet. They have reached halftime. The Baden Rams lead Bellbrook by a score of 10-7. That's good news, not just for Baden, but also for Ross.
Yes.
The Monroe fans listening in, you're going to want Bellbrook to win that game tonight because of second-level points for the playoffs.
Right. It's not only who you beat, it's what your opponents do during the course of the year. You pick up those second-level points, which is so important, as Joel will tell you time and time again, being the computer guy that he is.
Absolutely. Taking a little look around Twitter, it looks like the Anna Rockets and the Brookville Blue Devils were tied at nothing at the end of the first quarter. They had a lightning delay. They got onto the field. They played the first quarter, and now they're in weather delay number 2 tonight.
Oh, my.
Up there to the north of us. Wow. Elder has so far gotten their game in. They're way up in Pickerington, playing the Pickerington Central Tigers. And Pick Central has a 14-3 lead at the half over Elder, and a lot of purple in that game.
Looks like the coin toss favored Monroe. Ross is getting ready to line up for the opening kickoff here. Monroe, and they're all monochrome white. Ross, and they're all monochrome maroon.
Sully Spencer to kick it off. Hope you enjoy it. And we are underway from Robinson Field, and that is over the head of Trey Daniels into the end zone for a touchback. And the Monroe Hornets will begin possession number 1 at their own 20-yard line.
And just from that kickoff there, we can see that Ross could attempt field goals at will. That was quite a shot.
Sully Spencer, tremendous leg there.
Yes.
Monroe, triple option offense. It was a lot of fullback dive against Elida when we saw them last year up at Kraft Memorial Stadium in the opening round of the playoffs. They surprised the heck out of those Bulldogs up there. Ross, I think, knows what's coming.
Sure they do. It's man on man. It's coming. Can you stop it? Can you execute? That's what this game is going to be. Execution, imposing your will on the defense.
Alex Pitch lines up. He's got a tailback, fullback behind him and a couple of wingbacks. One of them goes in motion, and the handoff goes to the up man. Looks like that's Elijah Jackson on the carry up the middle. The fullback dive yields a gain of about 6 yards. Very nice first play for Monroe there.
Jude Hess on the tackle for Ross, 47.
Monroe, a lot of monochrome out here in the uniforms. As you said, the all whites, the helmet's also white. They've got the number, it looks like, on the left side of the helmet, and the logo M with the Hornet on the right side of the
Pretty
helmet.
traditional, classy uniform, I must say.
All right, Landon Wynn is off to the right side, but instead it's going to be a pitch from Pitch, going out to the opposite wide, back to the right side of the formation. That pitch was to Ryan Miles.
Now,
Miles went in motion from left to right of the formation, took the pitch, was tackled for a gain of a couple.
Yes, it looked like Ross was excited for stopping the play, but it's setting up a 3rd and 1. So far it looks like the Monroe Hornets running game is clicking.
Got to watch out for this fullback dive here, and obviously if Pitch decides to keep it on this triple option, he would have the option of using that fullback as a lead blocker potentially.
Only one wide out. We're expecting the run here, obviously.
And there is
Whoa.
Pitch. I think he dropped the ball, scooped it up, and fell on top of it, and he is across the 30-yard line. So what looked like potentially a busted play, but the fullback still did work as the lead blocker, and it's a first down for the Hornets.
That was great improvisation there, I'll tell you.
Little Houdini act there from the quarterback, Alex Pitch. Pitch himself had a very nice game. Last week he was only 2 for 2 for 82 yards passing. Had 9 carries for 72 yards.
It's a good average on the pass, Joel.
Yes, it is, against the Talawanda Brave last week. Hand off to Elijah Jackson. He's got room.
Oh, he's going.
Bounces it to the outside. He's across midfield. Being tracked down toward the sideline. Good play by Richie Jackson of the Rams.
Yes.
Cut off the angle, but a sizable chunk of yardage for Monroe. They are into Ross territory. First down and 10, it looks like, at the Ross 38-yard line.
About a 42-yard run there. You're right. He ran left, and boy, he had daylight.
Woo.
Showed the wheels. He had some speed.
Okay, it looks like they're backing him up to the 43.
Okay.
The referee was standing at the 38, had to move back.
So a 37-yard run. Okay.
It is a first down and 10 for the Monroe Hornets across midfield. I formation now for Monroe. 2 wide receivers to the right side of the formation.
Fullback.
The handoff again to Elijah Jackson up the middle. Gets very, very little yardage, about a 2-yard gain there, and it'll be second down and 8 for the Hornets.
And that was Josh Botts, the linebacker for Ross, on the tackle.
Josh Botts.
Great name.
5'9", 190-pound junior, clogging up the middle there.
Yeah, he's a fire plug.
And I've heard it said by people that know high school football better than me that the first option you have to take away in the triple option is the fullback dive.
Sure.
Traditional flex bone formation. Tucks it, pitches it wide to Ryan Miles. Miles runs to the right side of the formation, gets about 3 yards as Ross tracks him down.
That was Kyle Becker on the tackle, I'm sorry.
Kyle Becker and Dylan Hammonds was his help as well.
Sure.
That was your classic triple option. Pitch had the opportunity to hand it to Elijah Jackson. He tucked it. He took 2 steps over to the right. His wide back from the left side of the formation was in motion behind him, and the pitch play went out to Ryan Miles. Third down and 4.
Third and 4. I expect if they don't get it here to go for it on 4th.
Flexbone formation, man in motion going from right to left, and
there it is.
Looks like we're going to have a false start. Elijah Jackson got that handoff. He was not going to get the first down, but the play was dead anyway. That was Landon Wynn going in motion, and he must have had a little bit of happy feet. Referee viewed that pre-snap motion as a false start rather than a legal shift.
Okay, here we go, Joel. You make the call. We got 3rd and 10 now. Do we see a pass?
How brave do you feel if you're Monroe? It is 9 minutes left to go in the first quarter. You don't want to make a big mistake early. You are not comfortable throwing the football. Shotgun formation.
Oh, and they got 4 wideouts here, 3 to the left and 1 to the right.
Oh, my goodness. Elijah Jackson in the backfield. It is a straight handoff up the middle.
To the fullback.
They were going to freak him with
They
the
stopped
okey-doke.
him. They stopped him with about a 2-yard gain.
That one did not work as well as Monroe's offensive coordinator would have liked. I admire the creativity of spreading 4 men out into open space and then handing it up the middle.
Okay, here comes the punting team on. So
I saw your reaction. You were wondering if they were going to go for this on 4th down and 9.
Yeah.
But they're not. 4th and 10, actually. The ball is at Ross's 43-yard line. The punter is Wyatt McPherson. He had a very good game in that playoff game at Elite. I remember calling his name quite a bit there up there at Kraft Memorial Stadium.
Right. Riley Caldwell and Warren are back. They have 2 guys back for the kick.
Line drive
It's
kick,
a
but
little
it's going to take a
squibber.
roll.
It's a good squibber.
Inside the 20. Going to settle down dead around the 15-yard line. We're going to keep it right here because we're tired of going to break after
Yes, we are.
an hour worth of lightning delays. The Ross Rams going to come out and take their first offensive possession. Dan, tell us about the monochrome maroons.
Well, I would say they're a kind of a reverse USC. So definitely the yellow, just like USC, with just monochrome. They got it's pretty standard high school. Their helmet looks like probably the 1997 St. Louis Rams logo, if you remember that.
Gold helmet with the maroon Rams horn.
Yes.
Here's the handoff to the up back, and it is the fullback, Riley Caldwell. He's lined up right behind the quarterback. takes it up the middle for about 4 yards. Stop me if you've heard that before, right?
That's right. Number 56 on the tackle for Monroe. That would have been Tyson Rupp.
Rupp makes the stop up the middle. Is 2nd down and 6. Once again, quarterback is Braden Fraseman, and Riley Caldwell's behind him. Fraseman looks like still hangs on to the ball there, the quarterback version of this triple option. He's met in the backfield by the Hornets for a loss of 2 yards. It's going to be a 3rd and long for the Ross Rams.
So let's see if Ross will try and throw here. 3rd and 6. So they might be really confident in the running game. They're coming out in a classic running formation, one wide out to the far left.
Fraseman was a wide out himself last year because C.J. Bowes, the graduating senior, took the quarterback duties. Fraseman keeps the ball.
Oh, and he's
runs
stuffed.
into a slew of Hornets. The tackle by Ryan Miles and Ty Brush there for Monroe. Did not let him go anywhere. He's actually going to push his way through for about 2 yards, but that's not going to be nearly enough. It's going to be 4th down and 4, and Ross is very quickly going to send that ball right back from whence it came.
So it looks like so far Monroe has been able to win the field position battle. So
Monroe got the one big gain, and that has been the
That's
difference
right.
in terms of field position. Looks like Fraseman is back there, not just as a quarterback, but also as the punter for the Ross Rams. And Fraseman's a left-footed punter.
nice kick.
Wallops
Nice
that
kick.
ball across midfield, takes a bounce to the 42, takes a Ross hop, rolls down inside the 35-yard line, and is finally going to be downed by the Ross Rams. Dylan Hammonds picks up the ball at the Monroe 33-yard line. We'll be right back. 0-0 the score here from Robinson Field.
Hey, sports fan! Did you know the OHSAA is among the national leaders in social media? Check out the OHSAA's social media platforms for news, tournament information, accomplishments, helpful links, and all the items available in the fan guide, including photos, DVDs, and publications. Check out OHSAA Sports on Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, and Instagram. And who knows, you may be the next featured face.
1st and 10 for the Monroe Hornets. They hand the ball up the middle to the fullback Elijah Jackson, and Elijah Jackson turns his legs for about 3 yards, maybe 2. It's going to be 2nd down and about 7 for the Monroe Hornets. The ball is at their own 36-yard line.
That was Jude Hess on the tackle for Ross.
Looks like an I formation as Landon Wynn is the tailback behind the fullback Elijah Jackson. One wide receiver each side of the formation.
Whoa.
A fake handoff. Outside pitch goes to the tailback Landon Wynn, and Wynn runs out of room along the right sideline. Gains a yard at most, and it's going to be 3rd down and a long 6, maybe closer to 7 for Monroe at their own 37-yard line.
Ross pretty fortunate there they didn't get called on a horse collar tackle. Did you see that, Joel?
I did. A little bit of jersey pulling going on at the end of that bring down.
Yes, it was.
3rd and 7 for Monroe. I don't think there are any surprises on, both these defenses know that they run the football.
They have 10 guys in the box right now, Ross does.
Man in motion, handoff Elijah Jackson.
He
up
busts
the middle,
through.
does a spin move, breaks a tackle. He's across midfield. He's across the 40, across the 35 to the 30-yard line, and finally jumped on top of by a couple of Rams just inside the 30-yard line. Great blocking by the offensive line to open that up for Elijah Jackson.
It was a quick hitter, basically straight up the middle. Once he got through the initial 10 guys right in the front, he had daylight, and boy, what a huge play that was.
Nothing like getting a big old 30-yard gain on 3rd and 7. Pretty good there.
And running the ball.
And running the football up the middle. Looks like Lakota East has postponed their game till 9 a.m. tomorrow against Milford. St. Mary's Memorial up 35-0 on Defiance. That's a game, Western Buckeye League, but St. Mary's Memorial is in the same division and region as both Ross and Monroe.
False start here on Monroe.
Trey Daniels and Landon Wynn were the 2 wide backs in the flexbone formation. Both of them went in motion pre-snap.
And the quarterback was angry about it. He was
definitely angry.
He was throwing his fist in the air. It's great.
Dr. Jack Ramsey is furious.
Yes, thank you.
A 5-yard penalty, and Monroe is now playing from behind the chains. 1st down and 15 now at the opposing 34-yard line going in for the Hornets. Once again, flex bone formation. Wide back goes from left to right. Handoff to Jackson up the middle. He's
straight fullback dive.
By the interior of the defensive line. The last one to get up from the pile was big old number 47, Jude Hess. Listed as a fullback / defensive lineman. 5'9", 205-pound senior for the Ross Rams.
That's the third or fourth time we've called Jude Hess so far. It looks like he's going to have a big night on the defense.
Now, if you got to defend the fullback dive, you got to have a guy that can eat space. Your Vince Wilfork type of character, right?
Exactly. 2nd 14 here.
Monroe Hornets again in the flex bone formation. Wyatt goes in motion. A trap counter play to the inside. The handoff goes to the left wide back. Trey Daniels following Elijah Jackson as the lead blocker. He's going to get about half the yardage required, make it a 3rd down and manageable. About 3rd and 7.
He did a little nice spin move there. Hess was right there, caught him about 4 yards. He spun off of Hess, was able to get some extra yards. This is still a tough 3rd down, 3rd and 8, but they did manage last time.
3rd and 8, and you'd probably, from this position on the field, have 2 opportunities to get this.
Certainly.
Handoff up the middle. Nope.
Fake.
Fake to Jackson.
Pitch
by pitch. Out to the wide back. Landed Wynn, and Wynn is gobbled up.
Nice play.
It's going to be a 4th down for Monroe, and if they wanted to get some of that yardage to make it a 4th down and short, they did not accomplish that mission. It's going to be a 4th and about 7 from the Ross 27-yard line. You're not going to punt the ball from the 27 going
No. And a 44-yard field goal is probably asking a lot. That was Jack Hansel on a tackle for Ross, and he stood up tall on that. Big 4th down here. 4th and 8.
Flex bone formation. Pitch, takes it, he's going to throw.
Wow.
Rolling right, gets a block, rolling back left, plants his feet toward the end zone, might as well fling it. And over the head, just ever so slightly, of number 95. You got to love it, a tight end, number 95, Connor Loper. Well, it's 4th down. You might as well throw it up for grabs. If it gets intercepted, it gets intercepted, right?
Well, you can see they do like the running game after that play. He did have him a little bit open, Joel. But it was a floater. Wouldn't you say that was a floater? Wasn't a very tight throw.
Had a little hang time. I got to give Monroe's offensive line credit.
Sure.
They're not used to pass blocking. They gave Alex Pitch time to scramble a little right, to scramble a little bit left, and to be able to set his feet and get a nice lead foot behind that throw.
Let's see if Ross can string together some 1st downs here, maybe flip the field or at least give themselves some field position.
It's 3:31 left to go in the 1st quarter. Man in motion. The handoff goes to the up back, up the middle.
Classic fullback dive.
Classic fullback dive. That is Riley Caldwell.
Yes.
Who had the 279 rushing yards last week against Wilmington. I think Monroe probably watched that tape this week.
I think so.
Weren't going to let him have it. About 3 yards there. The pile continued, but the ball carrier was already down behind where the pile continued. Sometimes that happens with a triple option. You keep blocking because you don't hear the whistle yet. 2nd, probably about 6. Just across the 30-yard line. Handoff once again to Caldwell. Monroe's defensive line is ready.
Swamped. Oh, they're ready, all right.
Absolutely stacked him up at the line. No space there for Riley Caldwell to wiggle. And so far the Ross Rams they've had 5 plays offensively, and none of them have been great.
We got 3rd and 6 coming up here, Joel. Any chance of a pass? I'm going to say no.
I'm going to give a nice little triple option fake handoff to the fullback, maybe the counter trap that Monroe ran. It's got to be so weird for these defenders because they go against this in practice every single day. The other team is literally running the offense that their own team runs.
They got a slot left, so they do have 2 wideouts on the left.
Man coming motion from left to right. Handoff again to the fullback, Caldwell.
And he is short.
This might be close enough that they at least can consider going for it. It's going to be 4th and a long 1.
That's Belichickian. You don't want to do that. You got to punt here.
Well, this I kind of expected this based on the final scores of last week's games to be an offensive matchup, but so far it's
no punter out there, Joel. 4th and 1.
Remember, the Phrasman is the punter as well as the quarterback, but they are set up in
from their own 36-yard line, folks.
This is showing some guts. Handoff to Caldwell.
He got it.
Past the 40-yard line, churns his legs. He's still moving a little bit. Finally, whistled down, forward progress stopped at around the 42-yard line, and that is a 1st down. How about Coach Kenyon comments?
Looked like a rugby scrum there, didn't it?
4 straight fullback dives. This looks like me playing Madden here. I love it. Just hand it to the big guy and just churn your legs.
And unbelievably, we're already down to under 2 minutes to go here in the first quarter. That's what running games do. They make that game go fast.
I remember, being Baden Rams going from Terry Malone to Dave Worth. We added about an hour worth of playing time to all of our games.
Yes, we did.
Handoff once again to Caldwell up the middle.
We're seeing a heavy dose of Caldwell.
Ross is dressing this up about every way possible with motion, false motion on the backside, but it's been straight handoffs to Caldwell.
One day they're going to surprise us, and they're going to fake to him and pitch wide.
They're setting Monroe up for something. That's about a 3-yard gain again up the middle. 3 yards in a cloud of rubber pellets, as they say. Brand new rubber pellets here at Robinson Field. They changed over from grass to field turf, I believe 2 years ago, I want to say.
Yeah, you're right. I was reading about that before the game.
It's my first trip here. That looked like a bit of a busted play as Frazeman keeps the ball. I think he wanted to hand it to the fullback behind him or have the wideback in motion. But when he turned around and looked backwards, there was nobody behind him. The fullback had broke the other direction.
Yeah, I agree, but there also was a Monroe Hornet right there, so he probably thought I better hang on to this, get what I can out of it.
Hang on to it he did. He salvaged -1 out of the carry. It's going to be about a 3rd and 7. Last play, most likely, of the quarters were under 15 seconds, unless it's an incomplete pass somehow.
Look at this.
Frazeman's going to throw it. Wobbles it deep. He's got it again, and he missed him.
Oh, my goodness.
Jay Warren coming out.
He was wide open. I mean, he could have just
Monroe came up and bid on that.
Oh, bad.
Frazeman had the opportunity to run around to the left, and he had to put everything he could on it, and that was a wobbly duck thrown over the head.
That's one of those plays, Joel. You're going to look back late in the game, and, he hits that play, 7-0 right there.
Well, this is not the offense that Ross wants to run. They're working with it somehow, some way. Frazeman is now back in punt formation. This might be the last play of quarter number 1. The left-footed punter boots it, end-over-end kick. It's going to have some hang time and a fair catch being called for.
At the 25-yard
by
line.
Ryan Miles. A beanbag, not a flag, comes in at the end of the play. That simply signifies a change of possession. We have reached the end of quarter number 1 from Robinson Field. The Monroe Hornets, the Ross Rams have traded punts a couple of times, and we'll be back here on the Butler County High School Sports Report Radio Network.
Looking for future leaders we can believe in? Look no further than the high school student athletes right here in Ohio. High school sports teach young people how to be effective leaders. It includes learning to listen, accepting responsibility, being a good role model, and it's about respect. The result, it transcends sports. It gives us hope for the future. This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
A briskly played and fast-paced first quarter has come to an end. We will begin quarter number 2 the same way we began quarter number 1, with Monroe starting out with the ball deep in their own territory. In this case, they'll be starting out at their own 25-yard line. That's where the fair catch was made on the last play of the first quarter. Both offenses have had 2 possessions.
And both defenses have risen to the occasion.
Dan, you had mentioned the possibility that there have been a lot of good film study done this week, and I think that's right, but I think you also cannot underestimate the importance of having your own offense be the best scout team ever for this game, because they literally run the same scheme.
Yes.
Alex pitch, I formation. Elijah Jackson, the fullback behind him. Ryan Miles, the tailback behind Jackson. The handoff goes, it's a straight ISO to the tailback, Ryan Miles. He goes up the middle, gets about 1.5 yards. It's going to be 2nd down and about 8 for the Hornets.
That's Josh Botts again on the tackle. I've called his name a few times tonight.
So it's a 2nd down and 8. 11.5 left to go. Second quarter of play. Pitch again brings them out. They're in the flex bone formation. The fullback right behind Pitch, the quarterback, Elijah Jackson. It's only about 3 yards behind him, ready for a possible handoff. It's a fake. No, it's a handoff, a straight handoff. He fooled me on the shell game there. The handoff went to Elijah Jackson. Then he tucked and ran with nothing. Jackson gets about 1 yard, maybe 2, And he's going to turn himself. He gets a generous spot there all the way to the 30-yard line. It's going to be 3rd down and 5 for the Hornets. Defenses have come to play.
They have.
This is definitely not the offensive blitzkrieg that we thought we would see from the final scores of the week before. Both of these teams put 40 points.
And I think I think these teams, since the rain came, it's cooled it down. I mean, it was 90-ish. And then when the rain came, it's probably, 75? It's nice and cool out.
Still very, very muggy.
Yeah, but I'm saying they probably won't fatigue, throughout the game. You won't see a lot of cramps like we saw last week. It seemed like every player was down.
Middletown especially was
oh,
having
my
issues
goodness,
with that last
yes.
week. Yes, they were.
They were cramping up.
Man has to go off. That was Andrew Sharp with a uniform
Helmet.
malfunction there. 3rd down and 5. Clock is now running. Man goes in motion. And now they pause to look over at the sideline. That was Landon Wynn in motion.
Fans are getting into it here. They want a big stop here in Ross.
Changing the play. They're audibling at the line, or at least trying to, and a timeout is now going to be taken by the quarterback, Alex Pitch.
Well, I always think that's funny when an offensive team is confused and doesn't know what to do and they have to call a timeout, and the defense jumps up and down like they caused it. So, but that's exactly what happened there. It's like we confuse them by lining up in the same defensive formation we have done the entire game. It's just one of those funny things I notice in football.
End of the 3rd quarter, the Baden Rams still have a 10-7 lead over the Bellbrook Golden Eagles. That is a very important game in Division III, Region 12, along with this Monroe-Ross game.
If you're a Ross Rams fan, you want the Baden Rams to win because Ross will play Baden right around September 11th, I believe.
Give it a couple weeks, week 5, 3 weeks from now. Yep.
Okay, yeah, it's about September 11th.
And if you're a Monroe fan, you want Bellbrook to win. You're playing them in the middle of October.
That's right.
Obviously, the more wins the teams you play get, the more second-level points you can earn by getting wins yourself.
All right, here we go. Big 3rd down, 3rd and 5. Running formation. Straight up the middle, fullback.
That's Elijah Jackson going forward, and he's not going to quite get enough, and it's going to be a 4th and 1. Monroe's going to have the exact same decision that Ross had earlier. Do we want to go for this thing, or do we want to punt?
Well, I think the running games are good enough to pick up 2 yards, but maybe not much more right now. But I don't see the punter going out there, Joel.
The offense stays on the field. It's going to be 4th down and about 1. Elijah Jackson, you would feel like it's going to either get a 1-yard gain, get tackled for a loss, or break it up for 60 yards here, one or the other. Because I'm sure the safeties for the Rams are going to be coming down there to try to make them not get the 35-yard line.
Look at this. They have 10 right in the box. This is great.
They're bunching up the line. A
quarterback sneak works easily.
Alex
Great play.
Pitch. You need 1 yard. You get 6 on a quarterback sneak all the way out to the 40-yard line.
They quick counted them there, Joel. Ross was not ready. They came right up to the line, snapped it immediately. Ross, it looks like they weren't even set. It was a very nice call by
I'm sure everybody in maroon was keying on Elijah Jackson.
Certainly.
And that's why the quarterback sneak was so darn open.
Wow.
Elijah Jackson last week had 27 attempts for 219 yards as a fullback. You can see why they'd be keying on him in a 4th and 1 situation. Both teams now have converted a 4th and 1 inside their own 40-yard line in this game.
Okay, Monroe, with all these plays, are still at their own 40-yard line.
And we're going to have a second timeout now taken by the Monroe Hornets. So
Monroe is having problems getting their play in or something, Joe. I don't know what it is, but they do have the timeout.
They can go to the old Terry Malone rotating guard thing, right?
there you go.
We'll be back here at Robinson Field in 1 second. 9:15 left in the second quarter. It's Monroe and Ross still scoreless.
Hey, sports fan! Did you know the OHSAA is among the national leaders in social media? Check out the OHSAA's social media platforms for news, tournament information, accomplishments, helpful links, and all the items available in the fan guide, including photos, DVDs, and publications. Check out OHSAA Sports on Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, and Instagram. And who knows, you may be the next featured face.
There's Joey Vogt playing the guitar solo. Joey Vogt there, as you could hear him as we come in.
1st and 10 for the Monroe Hornets here. This is the second straight play they've run out of a timeout. Man in motion, and then a flinch. The man in motion was Ryan Miles. running from the left side to the right side of the formation.
Caldwell flinched there, didn't he?
Actually, I think it was the offensive tight end on the left side of the line, number 95, Connor Loper.
Okay.
As the man in motion kind of went behind him, he got a little happy feet and flinched, so it's going to be 1st and 15 now.
I'll tell you, when you're a run-dominated team, you don't want to get you don't want to have to get 15 yards. You know, when you have to go for it on a 4th and 1 previously.
Other scores from this region, looks like Elida is up 27-0 now. That's not great news over Kenton.
No.
Pitch goes to the wide man right and tucking up the field.
Wright's got some room.
Ryan Miles across the 30 into the red zone, continuing toward the right pylon. He's
Touchdown!
And he's in the end zone. A touchdown for the Hornets. Hello.
Unbelievable.
That was a straight toss sweep to the right. He got toward the tight end, cut it up rather than breaking it all the way to the sideline, found a nice seam in there between the tackle and the tight end, and took it all the way to pay dirt. 65-yard touchdown run for Ryan Miles. Here comes the extra point attempt for Grant Martinez. Snap is down, hold is down, kick is up.
And good.
And the kick is good. We have 9:03 remaining in the second quarter of play. It's the Monroe Hornets 7, the Ross Rams nothing.
Hey, sports fan! Did you know the OHSAA is among the national leaders in social media? Check out the OHSAA's social media platforms for news, tournament information, accomplishments, helpful links, and all the items available in the fan guide, including photos, DVDs, and publications. Check out OHSAA Sports on Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, and Instagram. And who knows, you may be the next featured face.
We're back here at Robinson Field. The Monroe Hornets bust out a 65-yard touchdown run after back-to-back timeouts and a false start penalty. Apparently, if you can shoot yourself in the foot but then still overcome it, then you're good as gold, right? 7-0 Hornets. And Ross is a little surprised.
Yes, they are. And Miles, he had 2 receptions for 82 yards, 2 touchdowns last week. So, obviously, they used him as a running back in that situation. So, he's versatile.
Grant Martinez has the ball to kick off to the Ross Rams. And we'll see how good of a kickoff this is for Martinez.
Oh, I like it.
Into it.
Straight on kicker.
It's caught around the 7-yard line by Ross's return man, Jay Warren. Warren runs from right to left.
Warren's got some room. Nice block.
Huge blow-up block.
Huge block.
Across the 40, across the 45-yard line. I want to give credit to Jude Hess for that pancake block in open space. Freed that up there for Ross. That was beautiful.
That was gorgeous. He sprung him for 20 extra yards with that block. He literally knocked him airborne. Flew backwards about 4 feet in the air.
Looked like
Beautiful.
the Matrix.
Yes.
Ross is going to start this at their own 47-yard line.
That's what they need. They need some field position. Let's see if Ross can answer here.
This is the best field position Ross has had all game.
Most definitely.
Third offensive possession now for the Rams. Once again, it's Braden Fraseman, the quarterback, he's in the shotgun now. And a handoff goes to Aiden Brown.
And he is hit in the backfield.
Right, and he is met for a 2-yard loss. Monroe wallops him in the backfield. It's going to be a 2nd down and 12 for Ross. Different formation there, Dan.
It was different, and it was not effective. They might put that one away.
We'll see what happens here. I mean, Ross is so far they've not had as much success as they want. It's very early in the game still. I know it's the second quarter, but it's only the third possession. They're kind of feeling each other out.
Monroe's popped a couple 20, 30-yard runs, and, of course, obviously the touchdown. There's a quarterback spinner.
Fraseman takes it around the left tackle, left tight end.
Nice
run.
run.
Lower his head like a ram, and it's going to be just enough for the first down. They are across midfield at the Monroe 43-yard line. Aiden Brown was the wide back going in pre-snap motion from left to right. Fraseman took it and went the opposite direction from whence the man in motion came.
And he got the first down, which is all important. Now we're finally seeing Ross impose their will here with the running game. They are at the Monroe 43, first down 7 minutes, 54 seconds ago in the second quarter.
Back into the flex bone. Man in motion slips, falls down. They get the snap off okay. Frazeman keeps it, pitches it to the man who had fallen. That's Jay Warren. He slips all the way to the sideline to the right, and he's knocked out of bounds.
Now, I like that
Trey
play.
Daniels.
That was a nice play, running wide like that. He had some composure there. He slipped in the backfield, got up, still caught the pitch.
They got 8 yards on that play.
Yes, that was
after a
nice.
Busted motion where, he slipped directly behind the quarterback, and give credit to Frazeman. He kept composure.
Yes.
Never flinched under center. Let his man reset, gave him the second he needed to reset there, and then ran the play, the fake fullback dive, and the pitch out wide.
Ross is in a good position here. Look at that.
Frazeman off right tackle, continues to turn his legs into the arms of number 44, Wyatt McPherson. Carries him for a few extra yards. This is going to be enough for the first down, and then some. The Ross Rams are now knocking on the door of the red zone. They are at the Monroe 24-yard line.
It's funny. I'm looking at the body language of the team, and it just seems like Ross right now is like, we're going to answer them. We're going to answer them, and Monroe's kind of dragging right now. I think Ross is fired up.
Little pep in their step. I think the kickoff return was probably what started that. Momentum's
Pitch.
a funny thing.
He
Ball
fumbled
was on
the ball.
ground. That ball was pitched to Riley Caldwell. Who fell on top of it? It looks like it was Caldwell.
Oh,
so
good.
Frazeman took it. He tucked it. He pitched it the last second. Caldwell was a little slippery. You wonder if that rain earlier today on that field turf has caused a little problem with that exchange there. Caldwell did fall down and scoop the ball back into his body. It's going to be a 0-yard gain. It's going to be second down and 10 now for the Ross Rams. Frazeman takes, he's going to scramble a little left, throws it. He's got a man.
He's got a man.
Rainbow throw.
Oh, incomplete. He was open.
Incomplete. It was a backside toss intended for Jay Warren. He slipped out and wailed behind the coverage on the very left side by the sideline.
We have an official timeout. Didn't like the play design there. He was rolling, right-handed quarterback, rolling left, threw across his body.
And yet the ball still got there.
Yeah, the ball got there. It was definitely a rainbow.
A lot more hang time than needed, and eventually, by the time all the bodies converge, the ball falls harmlessly to the field turf. It's a 3rd and 10.
I was watching the official. He acted like run the clock because that's all they've been doing is running the ball, but then he stopped.
They're still running the clock. I don't think the guys
why
saw
is that? That's an
incomplete pass,
and the clock is running.
Attempts, yeah.
Wow, interesting.
Double ISO, handoff to Jay Warren up the middle. Ended up in Warren's hand instead of Caldwell's. They're
Number
not going to
30.
have enough here, but they might be in field goal range if they want to try to get Sully Spencer out here. We saw his leg on the opening kickoff. It's going to be a 4th down and 6 at the 20-yard line.
Wow, this is a tough call. I think the kicker has the leg. He's demonstrated on the kickoff. He can boom it out of the end zone on a fly almost.
This is not exactly a 4th and 6, and there's a very long huddle. You almost wonder if Ross is going to let the clock drain and then take a timeout to think about this.
I think you're exactly right. I think you're right.
We're down below 5:45 now as the Monroe defense mills around out there. They're down to 5 seconds, waves the back judge. And
there's your timeout.
Is the timeout as Ross wants to think about exactly what to do. 5:37 remaining here in the second quarter. And we'll be right back. It is 7-0 Monroe over the Ross Rams.
Looking for future leaders we can believe in? Look no further than the high school student athletes right here in Ohio. High school sports teach young people how to be effective leaders. It includes learning to listen, accepting responsibility, being a good role model, and it's about respect. The result, it transcends sports. It gives us hope for the future. This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Rick Casano is at Sugar Creek and tweeting right now. The Baden Rams are at the Bellbrook 8-yard line with 8:07 left. They've got a 3-point lead, 10-7 in the sister game of ours tonight. Very important game both for Baden and Bellbrook as well as Ross and Monroe.
4th and 7 here, Joel.
And
a hush
the Rams
over the
go
Ross
for it.
crowd.
Frazeman tucks it under. He's going to try to run it. Ball pops loose at the end of the run.
Oh.
He would not have had enough for the first down anyway, I do not believe. We're a little off kilter with our angle. Looks like they needed to get to the 14-yard line. Looks like the refs are spotting it at the 15. The ref with the white hat actually signaled a first down, but he may have only been signaling that it was Ross recovering the fumble. I think it's gonna be a yard short.
No, I think he's got the first down, Joel.
They needed to get to the 14. The ball is right now at the 15.
Wait, they're going to have a measurement.
And now it is.
Okay, there it is. You were correct, Joel.
Yes, the referee pointed toward Ross' first down direction, but all he was doing was pointing that Ross had recovered the fumble. Maybe he got a little confused that they only got 9 yards rather than the 10 they needed to gain.
I think they're saying he was down on the play, so the fumble didn't count. And then they put the ball where he was down, and it was still like a half-yard short.
Ball was at the 15-yard line. That's where it was falling upon. It kind of rolled sideways there anyway,
okay.
So it really doesn't matter statistically if that was actually a fumble or a down by contact. I didn't see the beanbag get thrown necessarily, but I wasn't looking at the side judge there. 1st and 10 for Monroe. They're backed up at their own 15-yard line after a defensive stop. Quarterback, Alex Pitch. Hands the ball off, up the middle to number 23, Landon Wynn. Wynn runs forward for a couple of yards on the play. Looks like our duct tape for our light is not exactly holding, so we're going to be calling this in the dark a little bit here. But you guys don't have eyes anyway, you radio listeners, so what do you care? 2nd and 8.
We'll say 22 on the tackle for Ross. And if we could read the roster in the darkness.
Brandon Sevier.
Thank God you got those young eyes.
However you want to pronounce it. French or anglicized. Pitch has an I formation behind him. He keeps the ball. Now he makes
a late pitch, and boy, Ross was there.
Landon
nice
Wynn
play.
is going to be the ball carrier at the end of the pitch there. He caught the ball and says, gee, thanks, Alex. What do I do with this? As he goes crumbling to the turf. Ross in the backfield. 3rd down and 11 now.
This is a huge play for both teams. We're going down to 4 minutes. Ross stops them. They're going to get the ball off the punt. It may be the Hornets side of the field. Monroe gets the first down. They can run out the clock for the half with the lead.
They're going to try to, at least. If they don't score, they'd love to get the last 4 minutes and change
off
the clock. 3rd down and 11. Flexbone formation. Man in motion. Handoff, no fake.
It's a pitch.
The pitch goes out
and
to
Ross
the right,
was
back to the
there.
Right. That's Trey Daniels on the carry. He's only going to get a yard or two, and Monroe is going to be forced to punt.
Great defense by Ross. They got the 3 and out that they needed. They're going to get the ball back in good field position, as I said earlier. They got Caldwell back there for the punt.
It's interesting sometimes Twitter gives you old memories of such. We talked about the Battle of College Park last week.
Yes.
Looks like Edgewater leads Bishop Moore down in Orlando 49-6 right now. Hornets really struggling there. The Bishop Moore Hornets, not the Monroe Hornets.
Yes.
End of the third, Elida leads Kenton 27-0. Elida is in Ross and Monroe.
4th and 11. Ross is punting from their 2-yard line.
Monroe punting from the 2-yard line.
I'm sorry, thank you.
You're good. You're good.
Nice run.
It's
nice run, Caldwell, running hard.
He's across the 40-yard line. He caught it almost at midfield, quickly crossed midfield, got about 12 to 14 yards on the return. And Ross is going to have very nice field position starting this drive. Maybe their last chance to score in the first half.
Yeah,
They'll be starting at the 37-yard line.
You can't ask more out of the Hornets punter there. He got it all the way out to the 50, but nice run. I mean, Ross is going to start at the 35, just like Joel said. This is the drive they need to go down, tie the game. This is what Ross needs.
1st down and 10 for the Rams. Man in motion. The handoff goes up the middle to Caldwell. Jay Ward was in motion, but that was all window dressing as it was a straight fullback dive up the middle. And he's going to gain about 3 yards there. A solid 1st down play for the Rams.
That was Aiden Sargent on the tackle for Monroe. 2nd and 7.
Here's another Division III Region 12 score. Kettering Fairmont leads Trotwood Madison 18-0. Trotwood they won the state title in this region a couple years ago.
Yes, they did.
They are at risk of starting 0-2 now after losing to Winton Woods last week, and I don't think they've scored yet.
Wow.
Handoff up the middle.
Straight fullback trap
Again,
off
that's
left.
Caldwell. He's going to get about 2 or 3 yards.
We have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the half. A big 3rd down coming up, Joel. about 3rd and 5 here for the Ross Rams.
Yes, so looking at the scores, Trotwood Madison lost 18-0 to Winton Woods last week. They are down 18-0 right now.
Now, losing to Winton Woods is not a shameful thing.
That's not. And Kettering Fairmont beat Alter last week. So
that was a stunner.
Maybe the Firebirds are for
We got a
real.
pitch.
Pitch goes to Caldwell. He's stumbling, trying to keep his balance. He's going to stretch at the end of the play. He's going to be really close to the first down marker, but he's going to be just a hair shy, and it's going to be 4th down and less than a yard. We're talking 4th and inches now for Ross. Do you like a quarterback sneak here, Dan?
I would love a quarterback sneak, but not from the shotgun position.
I don't think you need to worry about Ross being in the shotgun position. On
4th and 1 here. We're down to 1:44. Ross, this is a pivotal play, to say the least.
Monroe, in a similar situation, ran a quarterback sneak because everybody was in the box.
Oh, you got to run the sneak here. Nope,
and
they're
it's
not.
a handoff to the fullback Caldwell.
He's got it easily.
About a 6 or 7 yard gain. He's all the way down to the 20-yard line before he's wrapped up. We'll have to keep an eye on the clock here, Dan.
Yes, we
He's
should.
getting away from us quickly here. There's a 1.5 left to go, and the clock is now running again.
And Ross is huddling, ironically, when they should be up there in a hurry up.
They got 2 timeouts left. They basically got about 6 plays or so to run here.
Okay, we're down to
minute 15.
Yes, we are. We are clock management sticklers.
We love it. Frazeman.
He's trying to pass.
Toward the end zone.
Caught! Touchdown! He got in!
Aiden Brown from
nice
20 yards
play!
out.
Oh.
Brown was in the middle of a Bermuda Triangle of 3 Hornets, but the ball kind of hung up in the air and dropped like a high-arcing 3-point shot right down into the arms of the waiting Aiden Brown. He caught it at the 2-yard line.
Love the play call. I love the play call because if it's incomplete, the clock stops. It's a tricky play on a 1st down. You'd think they'd keep running it. Beautiful call.
We got 1 minute and 2 left to go. Very important
Big
extra
point
point here for the Ross Rams. It's a low-line drive, kind of ugly, but it does.
It got over
through. And so with 1 minute and 2 left to go in the 2nd quarter, it is Monroe 7 and Ross 7.
This is a good game. Stay with us.
Dan, what do you think about that play call there?
I love the play call. You were right. He did throw it up high. There was 3 guys around him, but I don't think the Monroe guys were ready. I mean, they were there, but they weren't really looking for the ball. They were kind of guarding him, and he just towered over him, jumped up, and caught it. It was beautiful.
Little kind of zone-ish coverage-looking thing. And
yes.
Receiver Aiden Brown kind of just camped himself in a spot, almost like he was posting up in basketball, really.
That's a great analogy.
Right in between 3 defenders and the ball.
I mean, if you imagine a shamrock where the 3 ends of the shamrock are the Monroe Hornets, and he was in the center where the 3 leaves come together, and he jumped above them and caught it. That's what the formation looked like.
All right. Baden just made an interception.
Did they score when they were at the 8-yard line?
See. We'll see what happens. But
we'll give you a Baden
Casano
update.
Says it may be the clincher, so we'll see what that means. 1 minute and 2 left to go. Ball bounced at the 2-yard line. Backwards to the goal line. Barely touches the goal line before bouncing back to the 3. Makes it a dead ball.
They were very fortunate there, Monroe was. That ball could have easily been fielded at the 2-yard line, and the play would have started there.
I'll tell you, high school football is really getting good here. Dan, you can't probably see this very well unless you look out the window way to your right. But by the north end zone, in the right corner there, they're actually streaming the Chatterbox video coverage.
Wow.
On a big screen makeshift television. So you can see your own TV version of the game if you don't want to watch what's on the field. It's not exactly Jerry World.
I'll watch it live. Nothing against Chatterbox, but live is the best.
Tom Brenneman on the call tonight, I'm told, with Tony Pike. Handoff goes up the middle.
All right, so it looks like Ross with only 2 timeouts left. They're not going to try and stop the clock here. It looks like the Hornets being way down inside their own 20. Monroe isn't in a hurry. It looks like we're going to see maybe a kneel down here, Joel, and go into the half.
That is a loss of 2 yards on the play, and I think both teams are extremely comfortable going in 7-7 right now.
And they're not doing a kneel down. It looks like they might run one more running play.
Ross does have 2 timeouts.
I know. They haven't used them,
They
though.
could try to stop him, but maybe they're worried about a ball being brought
A delayed
out.
quarterback run.
And Alex Pitch comes out of it after faking the handoff to the fullback. He gets it to the outside, breaks contain.
He got the first down. Yep.
clock will pause right now at 18 seconds remaining. They're still well in their own territory, though. I can't imagine Monroe's going to want to do much with this. They have a 1st and 10 now at their own 32-yard line.
Interesting.
How aggressive you want to be here, Dan?
Not at all.
Oh, goodness. All right. You got out of bounds pitched in, so the clock is fully stationary, and it looks like, again, flex bone formation here. Look for nothing more than a fullback dive. It's a handoff to the wide back, actually. That is Wynn. And Wynn is going to be tackled in the backfield, and that is going to tick the clock all the way down to 000. We have reached halftime here at Robinson Field. The Ross Rams and the Monroe Hornets are tied at 7.
And that'll bring it into the first half.
Hey, sports fan! Did you know the OHSAA is among the national leaders in social media? Check out the OHSAA's social media platforms for news, tournament information, accomplishments, helpful links, and all the items available in the fan guide, including photos, DVDs, and publications. Check out OHSAA Sports on Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, and Instagram. And who knows, you may be the next featured face.
Butler County High School Sports Report football coverage brought to you in part by Matandy Steel. We'd like to thank Frank Fearman and his loyal disciples over there on Central Avenue. Matandy Steel, proud supporter of high school athletics here on the Butler County High School Sports Report. All right, Dan, this is not the offensive show that we thought we were going to get.
No, but it's been great nonetheless.
What are your thoughts about the first half and what you think the teams will do at halftime and going beyond?
Well, early on, I thought Monroe's running game seemed to be better than Ross's. It seemed like they were popping longer plays, imposing the will a little bit more. But it's funny, you're only up 7-0. It only takes one score. Ross got that wonderful kickoff return, or it was a punt. They started at the 50.
It was a kickoff return.
It was
after Monroe scored their touchdown.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
So they had the short field to work with. It seemed to inspire them, and they went down and tied it up. Beautiful passing play. You just didn't expect that out of Ross. Surprised the Hornets there. Nice play call there.
All I can think of is when I used to coach CYO basketball as a 20-year-old kid, and my dad was coaching one of the teams in the same league.
Right.
And so we would have to play each other a couple times a year.
Yeah,
And
you knew each other's tendencies,
you
right?
live in the same house together.
Sure.
And so you're trying to come up with something game plan-wise and not let it slip out over the dinner table. Hey, Dad, we're preparing this for you. Or he's doing the same. We know each other's inbounds plays.
So Monroe is dad and Ross is the son, or vice versa?
Or vice versa. Well, I guess Ross would be the dad based on last year's final score of Ross knocking Monroe out of the playoffs. But
Right.
Little brother here is coming up pretty nicely and staying every bit step and step with Monroe and Ross. And you can tell they know virtually everything in each other's playbooks because they run it against themselves in practice all the time.
Oh, absolutely. They're playing mirror images of each other. It's pretty interesting.
Looking at a few other scores here and there, we have the Turpin Spartans have gone up to Columbus tonight. They are leading 28-7 over Dublin Kaufman. Now, that will not affect our Ross Monroe or our
Is
baby
Kaufman
guys.
the Fighting Andes?
Kaufman is actually the Shamrock.
Oh, it's not the Andy Kaufmans.
Not the Andy Kaufman.
God
no.
rest
That's
his
right.
soul.
That's
okay.
right. That game is interesting. Turpin
Yeah.
beat Oak Hills last week and was tied at halftime, if you remember. Oak Hills has been the doormat of the GMC for a while now.
Sure.
And so you looked at Turpin like they're sputtering. They got their win. Probably didn't feel awesome about it. Now they're going up to Columbus tonight, and they're leading Dublin Kaufman by 3 scores. Turpin could be 2-0, and we really don't know how good they are or are not. Why it matters, they're in Division II, Region 8, so they're going to get 13 first-level points from a couple of Division I victories. That's going to put them solidly ahead of Edgewood and Talawanda,
Right.
our teams. And then, of course,
Does Edgewood or Talawanda play Turpin this
neither
year?
one of them play Turpin, but there
Okay.
are several ECC teams in their conference like Anderson and Winton Woods and Kings that get to play Turpin. And if Turpin actually is fool's gold, and I don't know how good they are or not, they're going to be a much more valuable fool's gold than you would think. They're already worth 13 points. They're playing Loveland next week. They'll be worth 19 points when they really get into the meat of their conference schedule, and we won't know how good they are.
Joel, tell the listeners an interesting game that got through on the schedule in the last minute because of COVID. Anyone that ever dreamed of the GCL going up against the mighty men of Mo, tell them about this one.
The Chaminade Julienne Eagles, and they are in this region, Division III, Region 12. CJ was supposed to play Big Red Hughes tonight. Big Red Hughes does not have a game played. Yeah, excuse me, not Big Red Hughes, Belmont. Belmont was their opponent. Hughes also canceled tonight. Hughes has canceled their first 2 games. They've not played a game yet. But Belmont, Dayton Belmont, was supposed to play Chaminade Julienne tonight, and they canceled due to COVID. So I'm looking at joeidle.com last night to kind of get the latest on all the cancellations, and it says Chaminade Julienne has a game canceled. Apparently late last night, CJ picks up the phone and gets a hold of all teams, Moeller. The Moeller
Crusaders.
Shout
out to Coach Tim, my patient. Good guy.
They were supposed to play Louisville Trinity tonight. Also the Shamrocks. We got a couple Shamrocks in this halftime show. And so Moeller was then sitting without a game. And so we end up with this very odd GCL South all-boys school against GCL Co-ed. Now, these guys play each other all the time in basketball and some of these other sports.
But never football.
But never in football. You never see a GCL South playing a GCL Co-ed team. And yet here we are, the Moeller Crusaders going up to Dayton to play at Glass Stadium against the CJ Eagle.
Tonight?
Tonight.
We don't have a score on that yet.
I saw they had a lightning delay as well.
Okay.
The first thing that I saw is that CJ scored a touchdown.
Wow.
So I don't know if that still is current, if it's 7-0.
Imagine CJ would probably be the top team in the region because they beat Troy Division II last week.
Troy Division II.
So they're playing Division I now.
Yes.
So CJ will play anyone. I hear they're going for Tampa Bay Buccaneers next week. So we'll see what happens.
Bring on Tom Brady. Yeah, Chaminade Julian will have 12.5 first-level points.
Wow.
If they can pull this win off tonight over the Moeller Crusaders, and that probably will put them, at the end of the day, into first-place position. Obviously, Baden-Bellbrook is going to have a lot longer lasting, and potentially this game with Ross and Monroe, depending on how well both of these teams go from here. It's still hard to tell in Week 2 if they're going to if either one of these teams goes on an 8-2 or 9-1 type of run, or maybe 10-0. They're undefeated right now. But obviously, the more wins you can gather, the more points you can gather as teams pull victories for you. Baden especially was in absolutely stellar position. Last week, Baden beat Mount Healthy, so of course Mount Healthy is 0-1.
Right.
Of the other 9 teams on Baden's schedule, they went a combined 8-1 last week. So every one of them, except of all teams, Kettering-Alter,
well,
will win some games.
Kettering-Alter is going to give Baden some second-level points. There's no doubt about it.
If Baden beats them.
Yeah.
But you got to beat them in order to do that.
Yeah, and unfortunately that did not happen in the playoffs last year.
I was going to say, Alter knocked out both Baden and Ross
last
year in the playoffs.
Doggone
going down to Kumler and knocking off the Baden. Actually, that game was, I believe, at Lakota West, because Edgewood was also hosting a playoff game against Troy, I think, that night. And obviously coming here to Robinson. St. Xavier.
Yes, who won the state title last year, folks.
Leads Coleraine in the second quarter. You ready for this score? 35-0.
Wow, it just seemed like a few years ago nobody could touch the Coleraine Cardinals. They were just a beast.
I almost wonder, with Northwest knocking off New Richmond last weekend, did the good players just simply start going to Northwest? They're in all that school district together, Northwest and Coleraine.
I don't know.
LaSalle leads Winton Woods 13-0. They are deep in the second quarter. It's really interesting looking at Twitter tonight because all of these games are all over the map in terms of geography as well as in terms of where they are in their particular game.
And starting time.
Whether they got a lightning delay, whether they got a COVID cancellation, whether they got whatever. Pickerington Central is now leading Elder 14-10 at the end of the third quarter.
We'll try and get you a final on that Baden game. It's got to be close.
It's got to be getting close. Looks like Centerville now is down 7-5 in their game. They're playing against the Mason Comets right now.
A 3-run homer by the Comets made it 7-5.
Leave it to Mason to have a safety in their game. They always like playing very, very tough defense. Looking for some other scores here. It looks like Anna and Brookville have resumed for the second time tonight, with the Brookville Blue Devils leading 14-0. Let's see here. We got some Columbus games and some Cleveland games being sent our way. It's hard looking through Twitter and seeing all this. Marion Local leads 10-0 over Macomb right now. I love this. Raiders lead the Cougars 27-0. That doesn't really tell us a whole lot as to which Raiders and which Cougars, guys. Come on, give us a little bit of help
BYU and Las Vegas. They're just scrimmaging out west.
Looks like Vitterick scores on a quarterback sweep for the Baden Rams. 8:07 remaining in the fourth quarter. Baden has a 16-7 lead. Extra point pending on Bellbrook. That's an enormous, enormous game. Okay, extra point was good, so
huge game for Baden.
Now.
How didn't Bellbrook advance beyond where Baden advanced in the playoffs last year?
They both were eliminated on the same night.
Same night.
They were both in the regional semis. They both were the 1 and the 2 seeds. They were hosting both of the regional semis, and it was Ross over Bellbrook, and it was Alter getting revenge over Baden after losing to them in the regular season.
That's
Baden
right.
had actually been on a 3-game winning streak over Alter, which was kind of amazing. They went 20 years in a row without beating them.
Yeah. Well, we knew that had to end sometime. You can't keep Alder down.
That's it. Elida leads 34-0 right now in their game against Kenton. Elida is in the Western Buckeye League. Here's what's interesting about that. Region 12 here with Ross and Monroe and Baden and Bellbrook. The Western Buckeye League is up in the central western part of the state. There's 10 teams in that conference. 5 of them are part of this region, Division 3.
Okay.
That would be Salina and Elida. That would be St. Mary's Memorial, Wapakoneta, and Lima Shawnee. They play a 9-game conference schedule.
You mean the St. Mary's
the Rough
Memorial
Riders.
Rough Riders.
The Memorial Rough Riders.
That's right.
That's exactly
they
right.
They ride roughly in memory.
They do ride roughly. Indeed, they do.
Okay.
St. Mary's Memorial and Wapakoneta are 2 perennial favorites in the conference. But there's also 5 teams that are outside of that region that are Division 4, Division 5. That would be Kenton and Ottawa-Glandorf, and that would be Van Wert and Bath and Defiance.
Okay.
So you're looking at 9 weeks of conference play in the Western Buckeye League, and obviously if you're Baden, if you're Ross, if you're Monroe, you would love to see those 5 schools that are outside the region win as many conference games as possible over those schools that are inside of the region. And so far tonight, Elida beating the tail off of Kenton, St. Mary's Memorial winning very, very big over Defiance.
Running Rough Rider
shot over them.
Yes.
Wapakoneta had a lead on Ottawa-Glandorf earlier. The only one that I saw that was losing in that conference was Salina, and they were losing, I believe, to Van Wert earlier. All right, we got 9:12 left until they resume here. The band is still on the field performing for us here as my partner in crime, Danny Vogt, goes ahead and tries to go ahead and get a quick drink here. It's a warm night here at Robinson Field. Looking at the rest of this region, the Northwest Knights, they're playing Indian Hill this weekend. Northwest, of course, beat New Richmond last weekend. New Richmond has an interesting game tonight. New Richmond was originally scheduled to play a game against an opponent who ended up COVIDing out. That was Bethel Tate. And McNicholas was supposed to play Batavia, also out there on the east side of Cincinnati. Bethel Tate, Batavia both end up canceling their games due to COVID concerns. McNicholas and New Richmond's ADs pick up the phone. They were not scheduled to play each other earlier this year, and they set up a game again with probably about 48 hours notice. I don't know how much game film they're able to watch on each other, but New Richmond and McNicholas are playing tonight. Obviously, if you are the Baden Rams, you're hoping for a McNicholas win. Everybody in this region is hoping for a McNicholas win because McNicholas Division 4. Baden
that way you can beat McNicholas and get those points.
Right. Baden especially looking for McNick to win that because they can also get points out of it. Everybody else just hoping McNick wins just to make sure that New Richmond avoids getting those points tonight.
Gotcha.
Looks like we have Milford and Lakota East have been postponed. Northwest leads Indian Hill 27-7. This is an early story coming out of Division 3, Region 12. See Northwest knock off New Richmond, who was the 4 seed last year at the playoffs, and now they're leading Indian Hill, who's always very good every year. This is this Northwest team. This is interesting. Baden plays them next week, and Ross will get them in
Now
week
that's
6.
Baden's home opener, right?
That is Baden's home. Well, home if you want to call it a home.
Well,
it's
in
their
Edgewood
opener. It's the green jersey opener. How's that?
Baden is basically Road Warriors every week.
There you go. Yeah, no
Until
more games.
Spooky Hill.
Speaking of Baden, the Roger Bacon Spartans are leading Aiken, it looks like 21-0 at halftime. That's another game very much like McNicholas and New Richmond, where everybody in the region wants Roger Bacon to win that game, but Baden just wants them to win it a little bit more. Because they play Roger Bacon.
Yeah, and
Aiken is in this region.
And Baden has Roger Bacon at home this year, and hopefully next year they'll play at Bacon. It's one of my favorite venues to go to Roger Bacon.
Ron Basevich Memorial Stadium. It is a mud pit now that has field turf, but
it's still nice with the concrete steps.
Oh my gosh,
it's just a beautiful place. If you've never been to Roger Bacon to see a high school football game. They have trees surrounding the place, and they're always just turning different colors in autumn. It's just beautiful.
Looks like out in Morrow, the Little Miami Panthers are leading Talawanda 21-6. DeAndre Bothus Reveille for the Brave has just taken it in from 70 yards out through the rain droplets there.
That was a brave run. Yes, through the raindrops.
Talawanda obviously has more work to do to bounce back, but they would love to get a win over Little Miami. Little Miami is no longer in the SWAC. So Little Miami win pulls those points away from not just Talawanda, but anybody like Ross who might be able to beat Talawanda later on this year, or from Monroe. Monroe obviously would love to see Talawanda win that game because it would give them 6 second-level points.
Do you know who the SWAC's mascot is for the whole area, the SWAC? It's a cow.
It's a cow. Why is it a cow, Dan?
Because SWAC is cows backwards.
SWAC, we heard that from one of the Ross guys tonight. Yes, SWAC is cows backwards. And I was asking our clock keeper earlier tonight about the famous cow dump here at Robinson Field.
Explain that, Joel.
Apparently, this was a big fundraiser, and still is a big fundraiser, for Ross. They grid off the football field. Now, they used to do this on the varsity field after the last game of the season. And they would grid off, and you could buy a square. I guess it's a square yard or whatever. And they will let the cows out to pasture after the game, and they will collect all of the manure. And if a cow lays a piece of manure in your particular grid, you win money, and a decent little chunk of change, too, from what it sounds like. A couple $100 or so given out. And it looks like they keep the tradition continuing, not on the field turf, of course, now at this point in time.
Yeah, cows. We don't want cows taking a dump on field turf.
That would not be good, but I think over at the youth field, over caddy corner from here, that is still made out of grass.
That's more cow-friendly.
It is definitely more cow-friendly. Here's a very bizarre matchup. I thought this was very strange. Coldwater is coming down to play Division I Oak Hills tonight.
Wow, Coldwater is actually went south.
They went south to play Oak Hills. That's a very strange matchup. Oak Hills is a Division I school that does not typically win a whole lot of games at all.
Right.
Coldwater is a Division VI school that wins a ton of games.
Oh, I've seen Coldwater do their thing to Baden back in the day.
Oh, Coldwater's tough.
Oh.
The Cavaliers of Coldwater are leading 7-6 right now with 3 minutes left to go in the first half. I wonder if Oak Hills might be a little better this year than they've been in recent memory.
Well, Division I, that's they're still big boys.
There's a lot of bodies there. Absolutely. Chaminade Julienne with 5 minutes left in the first quarter is leading 14-7 over Moeller. And
wow, go Eagles. Unbelievable. Sorry, Coach Tim.
You're good. The game over in Sugar Creek has now gone final. I guess Baden and Bellbrook were able to get through without a single lightning delay. Good for them. The Baden Rams win this thing 17-7 over Bellbrook. That's good news for Ross. It's bad news for Monroe, and it's great news for Baden because Bellbrook is going to probably win a whole bunch of games.
That might have been one of the toughest teams on their schedule.
Jeff
no doubt.
Melzer, I talked to him a year ago. They were scheduled to play Bellbrook. They were scheduled to host them a year ago before the pandemic hit and knocked out several games in the season. They didn't end up getting to play that game. I don't think Jeff Melzer really kind of grasped just how good of a non-conference opponent he was able to schedule there. And that's one game I know they're supposed to be done playing each other after this year.
I hope Bellbrook gets a chance to come down and play in Baden. That would be great. Or Edgewood, or wherever they
or
play.
Spooky Nook, or wherever
they
to
play.
be. That is a game that whoever wins that game, enormous levels of Harbin points potentially await them. And if you're Ross, that means Baden is now worth 11 second-level points, and they've got Northwest coming up next week. And then Roger Bacon after that. The Baden Rams could be worth potentially, I'm doing the math in my head, 16.5 plus another 4.5. That would be, 21 possible second-level points for Ross when they play Baden if Baden goes into that game 4-0. So playoff points there for the pick.
It's never too early to look ahead with that.
You got to be looking at all the non-conference games especially because as I was talking to one of our Chatterbox friends earlier tonight, the GMC last week went 3-7, which is not great for the conference as a whole. I never know, you never know on every week of non-conference play how good your conference is going to do. But you do know that when you start conference play up, that the conference will go 500. Starting next week, the GMC goes 5-5 every single week. Starting in week 6, the SWAC and the GCL Co-Ed and the Southwestern Buckeye League are going 500 every single week. So you got to try to. They could play each other. So you got to try to win as many games as a conference as you can outside a conference, and then you pull those points in. That's how the GCL South does it every year with St. X and Moeller and Elder and LaSalle.
Well, look at Roger Bacon since they left the GCL. They're getting points like that you wouldn't believe.
Well, they went, I think, 9-1 a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Helps to have Corey Kiner on your team, of course.
Well, yes.
That helps. We'll see.
Now he's with
LSU.
LSU, yes.
Yep, he Corey Kiner, he's out of there now, but Roger Bacon is already 1-0 and leading 21-0 in week 2 at halftime. Ideally, you'd love to get a team that wins a whole bunch of games. Looks like Indian Hill has scored again, so it is 27-14 now in favor of the Northwest Knights. In Division 7, New Bremen, the defending state champions. We saw them a couple years ago when they knocked out New Miami. They beat Sidney Lehman Catholic 58-0. That's a cow dump right there, I think.
Yes.
New Bremen off and running.
On a field turf,
on the field turf. Halftime up at Barnett Stadium. The Springboro Panthers, the Middletown Middies are tied at 7. Break out the Middies. Maybe they've avoided some of those turnovers and penalties that we saw against Kings last week. They're giving Springboro everything that the Panthers can ask for.
Go Middies.
I'm sure that the Panthers have to be like chomping at the bit to get going because they had a game against Lebanon, COVIDed out last week. They couldn't find they were looking all over all the neighboring states. I'm sure they were reaching out to Michigan and Pennsylvania and anybody else they could find a game with. Nobody would schedule them, and then they get there to Barnes tonight and have an hour-long lightning delay. It's like, can we finally play and hit somebody? Looks like the Wilmington Hurricane. This is a score that'll interest some of the Ross fans, should interest all of the Ross fans. They are playing Miami Trace on the road tonight, and the Miami Trace Panthers have the lead over the Hurricane, 28-21.
So Ross wants the Hurricane to win because
absolutely.
the Hurricane beat Ross.
Because Ross beat the Hurricane.
Ross beat the Hurricane.
That's right. So if the Hurricane comes back and knocks off Miami Trace tonight, Ross will get an extra 5.5 second-level points. Monroe is already worth 6 points to Ross, so they can get 11.5 points tonight by beating Monroe and then getting that Wilmington come-from-behind victory if Wilmington is able to make that happen. All right, it is halftime. The teams are warming up, getting ready to take the field. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we're going to come right back here to Robinson Field. The Monroe Hornets, the Ross Rams, tied up at 7. You're listening to the Butler County High School Sports Report Radio Network.
Hey, sports fan! Did you know the OHSAA is among the national leaders in social media? Check out the OHSAA's social media platforms for news, tournament information, accomplishments, helpful links, and all the items available in the fan guide, including photos, DVDs, and publications. Check out OHSAA Sports on Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, and Instagram. And who knows, you may be the next featured face.
We're back here at Robinson Field as Monroe and Ross. They got a minute left on the clock as the captains meet at midfield to discuss, I guess, the second half of the coin flip and who's going to be kicking and who's going to be receiving. Ross should be getting the ball. It looks like Monroe is going to be kicking off, going south, defending the north goal. Means Ross is going to be going toward the big screen television setup with the chatterbox feed there. We're at 7-7. Halftime elsewhere, LaSalle leads Winton Woods 13-0. A final score, Amanda Clear Creek over Unioto 30-3. That game has no relevance whatsoever to us, but it's fun to tell Unioto scores because they've got one of the best mascot names.
Well, the name Unioto
Yes.
is funny enough as it is.
But their mascot is the Sherman Tanks. So the Tanks get trampled tonight, 30-3 by Amanda Clear Creek.
God rest my father's soul. He would always say, hit him, son, like a Sherman tank. Never knew what that was as a kid, but now I do.
The great Jim Vogt, owner of Jim's Corner Market, who famously had the business cards printed up with the saying, and again, I am quoting this from the Jim's Corner Market business card. He said, "You can't beat
our meat."
That's exactly what that
And
was.
my brother added, but you can try.
But you can try. Fourth quarter, Pickerington Central has scored. They are leading Elder 21-10 right now, early in the fourth quarter of that game. St. Xavier, still not at halftime yet, has now scored again. They are up 42-0 on Coleraine. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
That's amazing.
42-0. Elida has gone final. They have beaten Kenton 34-0. So that's a win for a Western Buckeye League team inside this region.
And we will keep you informed on that interesting Moeller versus CJ game. There's a lot of potential points there for a lot of teams.
Chaminade Julian certainly would love to have that, and I'm sure all of our teams in this region, Monroe, Ross, Baden, would love to see CJ not get those points.
Yes.
Maybe Baden would, because Baden gets to play them still.
Correct.
We are underway. A very short kick.
Looks like an
bounces
almost onside.
around the 35-yard line, and a courageous fall on top of the football there for Ross's number 24. That is Josh Botts, and he took his life into his hands when he jumped into a bunch of running
It was
speed special teams players.
Yeah, it was an end over end, probably 20-yard kickoff, short, and the ball actually did hit the turf, but as Joel said, he dove, got on the ball, and then about 4 guys speared him in the back on the tackle.
Game has gone final up there in Kaufman. It is Turpin 35 and the Dublin Kaufman Shamrocks 7. Bad news for Edgewood and Talawanda. Good news for the Turpin Spartans, and good news for Middletown. Dublin Kaufman is in their region. McNicholas leads New Richmond 14-0 right now at halftime. That's good news for everybody here in Division III, Region 12.
First down here from the 35.
Fraisman takes it off tackle. And
Nice
he
run.
runs to the short side of the field. Didn't have a lot of room to work, but he did get to the sideline, and he's going to be spotted out of bounds. Referee actually says that he stepped out of bounds on the line, on the sideline, 5 yards downfield. He got tackled 8 yards downfield, but the ball gets brought back 3 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 5, and a rare clock stoppage
That's right.
after a play.
That's because he ran out of bounds, folks.
2nd down and 5 for Fraisman and the monochromatic maroon Rams. Handoff up the middle. That's the fullback Riley Caldwell, and Caldwell is going to
He's a little short.
all the way to the 44-yard line. He's about a yard short. It'll be 3rd down and 1 for the Ross Rams. What do you got here, Dan? Fullback dive, quarterback sneak? What do you think?
I'm going quarterback sneak.
We'll see here what Fraisman, Coach Kenyon Commons, decides to call here. He does have 2 plays to get this. Handoff goes to the fullback. Monroe was ready for it, but that does not mean they were able to prevent him from getting the yard.
He got a yard and 6 inches.
Riley Caldwell going to get a generous spot of 2 yards.
Very
it's
generous
a 1st down and 10 for the Ross Rams at the Monroe 46-yard line, approaching midfield.
I love the announcer. He implores everyone. That's another Ross 1st down, but that does get tiresome after a while because 1st downs do not win football games.
Fraisman tucks it up. He faked the handoff to the fullback. He went out like he was going to pitch it to his wide back and then tucked it up and ran for about, I thought he got about 9 yards, but again, another generous spot. It looks like he's going to get a 10-yard gain on that, exactly 10 yards.
We have a Monroe Hornet down. That's number 62.
That'd be Tyler Friend,
Okay.
Friend has got a couple of friends coming that are trainers, I think, for this potential injury. It'll be a 1st down and 10 when we're done with this injury timeout here. Ross is going to have the ball across midfield. Dan, Ross, so far, this has got a couple 1st downs this drive. This is what they want, right?
Yeah, it is what they want. The clock is rolling, and they're doing what they want. It's nice. It seems like Ross turned it on late there in the first, towards the end of the first half, and, they become the more dominant team. Early on, it was the Hornets.
Well, when you see some of these grind-out games where both teams want to grind it out, the first quarter and a half almost becomes kind of feeling each other out, and then eventually at some point in time it almost becomes a task of conditioning.
I'd say right now it's advantage Ross. We'll see if they can score off this drive.
Monroe has not had the ball yet this half, so we'll see what happens also when Monroe gets the ball. We thought the offenses might be stronger than the defenses before the game started. That has not proven to be true. Braden Fraseman keeps the ball off left guard.
And it's a sizable gain.
About 5 yards on the play there.
I'll tell you. It looks so simple when you watch this. It is very difficult for a quarterback to run off tackle and continuously get 5 yards. So this is impressive blocking up front.
Fraseman last year was used in a variety of ways with C.J. Bowes being the quarterback. Fraseman is a senior himself now, and they're basically trusting him to magician this offense a la Jason Kidd or Steve Nash style.
There you go.
Here's the snap. A fake handoff to the fullback. Tucks it, runs, pitches at the very last second.
Oh!
Ball is loose. Squibbles, and finally out of bounds. Wow.
Now this is interesting. They're going to have to move that all the way back.
I don't know that they will in high school football.
Oh.
The pitch was intended to Jay Warren. It clearly was a fumble. It was a pitch attempt. Fraseman made the decision at the very last possible second. It was a good decision to pitch it, but Warren did not come up with it clean. He came up with it in such a way that he knocked the ball forward, and it squirted forward for about 15 yards.
Now, if that was NFL, it would where he lost possession of the ball went 20 yards in front of him. It would have came back to where he never had it.
That's a very fortunate break for Ross on the fumble. Rooski. They have the ball at the 25-yard line going in now. Handoff to Riley Caldwell, and Caldwell is going to take it upfield for only a couple of yards. It's going to be 2nd down and long now for the Ross Rams. Down below 10 minutes left to go in the 3rd quarter. Joel Sackenheim, Dr. Dan Vogt, hashtag Dentist Dan. Glad to have you
I
here
don't
with
have
us.
any hashtags. I'm too old for that.
I got a couple fillings, but not any hashtags.
Okay.
End of the first quarter at Madison. The Fenwick Falcons lead the Madison Mohawks 14-0. That's a Butler County score for Madison. Fraseman keeps it, and nowhere to go.
Nice play.
That was read perfectly by Aiden Sargent, the linebacker junior for Monroe. Fraseman faked the handoff to the fullback. Sargent waited for him to commit, and once he kept the ball and took off toward the left, he had help guarding the pitch man. There was nowhere to pitch it, and Fraseman went straight down and had nowhere to go.
Wow, that's going to set up a 3rd and 13. Do we see the rare passing attempt here? Let's see what the formation is.
You might see it. Here we go.
They got three out to the left for wide receivers.
Man in motion. Going right. Fraseman keeps it. Tucks it up, breaks 2 tackles.
What a run! Look at that effort.
Him down. Ryan Miles held on to him. Fraseman drug him for close to 10 yards at the end of that
He was on
play.
the Fraseman train. He literally carried him 8 yards. He was hit before the 1st down marker, but he carried him across. It was a beautiful run.
He was on the midnight train to the 11-yard line there. It's going to be a 1st down and 10 for Ross and another injury for Monroe. This looks like Tyson Rupp. And, again, this might be cramping.
Yeah, it looks like cramping.
We saw this last week with Middletown. We had said last week, Dick Ballard always would talk about this being pickle juice time of year. You drink some pickle juice that prevents you from cramping up. Dick, of course, was the coach of the Ross Rams back in the day, the head coach, and he also was an assistant coach for Monroe last year.
So you drink the pickle juice, and then you vomit on the field, and then what? You have to stay off for a few plays? Is that what it is nowadays?
You then bring the cows on for the cow dump to mix it all together.
Okay, I gotcha.
Here's
pickle
a score
juice.
that nobody in the SWAC is going to like to see. They are in the 3rd quarter. East Central Indiana is playing Harrison tonight, and it is not going well for the Harrison Wildcats. How not well is that going over there in St. Leon?
Where is St. Leon, Joel?
Just across the border. It's a border battle between Harrison and East Central. East Central Indiana is leading 42-0 in the third quarter. What is happening to Harrison?
Well, is St. Leon the patron saint of dairy farmers?
The patron saint of Hoosiers, right?
Hoosiers. Who's your daddy?
Who's your daddy? Third quarter, Miamisburg leads Lebanon 21-0. Coldwater up at halftime over Oak Hills 7-6. Mason has now gone up 14-5 over Centerville.
Okay.
And halftime, mercifully,
running clock coming
Coleraine,
up.
the St. X Bombers lead 42-0 over the Coleraine Cardinals.
And the Coleraine Cardinals will welcome that running clock there in the second half.
Oh, my gosh. What in the world?
And,
All right.
in my day, we didn't have a running clock. We just got stomped 84-0.
You take your beating like a man. That's the way it still should be.
That's the way it should be. I agree.
Fraisman takes the snap. I formation. Hands it off to the tailback, Jay Warren. He's got a halfback ISO. He's going to gain about 4 yards.
Let me ask you this: if you stop running clocks, then you can play your second and third teams.
Of course you can.
And give them playing time.
Right.
And then the other coach is going to see that, and he's going to lay off, put his backups in.
That's
You'll
right.
get valuable playing time.
It's also called building character.
Thank you.
Learning how to lose with class and grace.
And not getting a participation trophy.
And handling adversity. Riley Caldwell takes the fullback dive up the middle from the flex bone formation. He's going to be just short of the first down. Remember, Ross can actually get a first down inside the 2-yard line here. So they don't need to get all of this all the way to the goal line. They are inside the 5 now to the 4-yard line.
3rd and 3. It's definitely 2-down territory for Ross here, obviously. I mean, it's an extra point, but they do want the touchdown. This is big for Monroe. Let's see if the Monroe defense can hold them here.
Ross probably has 2 shots at this, unless they want to kick the field goal on 4th down. But we'll see how close they get on the 3rd down play here. Flexbone formation tight. Fraisman keeps it.
He's
goes right
stuffed.
behind the fullback as a lead blocker. He is stuffed, but he gets half of the yardage that is required.
Okay.
It's going to be 4th down. He did gain some. It's going to be 4th and really short. And yet another Monroe Hornet is on the ground. That's the 3rd one so far this drive. We're down to 7:08 left in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, it's not tremendously hot out. It is a little humid, though.
Humidity, honestly, even more than heat, is the big deal with cramping. So we're going to take a little time out here with them as the trainers take care of them. Ross is going to have a 4th down and less than 2 coming up inside the 5-yard line. When we come back, it is 7-all between the Hornets and the Rams.
Looking for future leaders we can believe in? Look no further than the high school student athletes right here in Ohio. High school sports teach young people how to be effective leaders. It includes learning to listen, accepting responsibility, being a good role model, and it's about respect. The result, it transcends sports. It gives us hope for the future. This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Halftime, Roger Bacon leads 21-0 over Aiken. End of the first quarter, CJ leads Moeller 14-7. Here at Robinson Field, it is 4th down and 2.
4th and 2. What a big play coming up for both teams.
Ross does not need a touchdown here. They can get a first down, and they got a man to jump. Now, this is going to be interesting because they are at the 3-yard line, and it's 4th and 2. I don't know that it's a first down.
No, it's not.
It's half the distance to the goal. The down marker has already changed it to first, but the referee is signaling it's 4th down. I don't know that the chains know this yet. I don't know that the side judge knows it yet.
Wait a minute now.
The side judge has put the chains down, and now the referee in the center has given a first down to the Ross Rams. All right.
4th and 2 from the 3 is half the distance. They should be at the 1.5.
I think it was a very short 2.
Okay, all right. I'm thinking they don't know their math.
And the referee and the side judge are now stopping the clock.
Yeah.
Monroe's coaching staff is pleading with the side judge because they're thinking it should be 4th and inches.
I agree with Monroe.
It's hard to tell because it looked like the down marker was on the 4, but it looked like the ball was on the 3, so then you get a 1.5 yards. You needed to get to the 2-yard line.
It's a first down.
It's a first down for Ross. That's what they're calling it. I don't really know what the right answer is from our angle. Handoff up the middle. Not handoff up the middle. He played Houdini's shell game, and Braden Fraisman was all by himself. As
What a ball
everybody collapsed on Riley Caldwell.
It was a Boomer Esiason-like ball fake.
Oh, the fake was absolutely gorgeous. He got me.
Oh, my goodness.
Absolutely got
Braden
me.
Fraseman, you are a master. Wow.
Everybody thought fullback dive. Everybody collapsed. And the quarterback shows up outside of the huge rugby scrum with the ball in his hand.
Ross is showing me some moxie right now, I'm telling you. The extra point is ugly.
It is, yeah, a wobbly duck.
I mean, it's just going over the horizontal bar and just inside the left crossbar. It's amazing.
It's up, and it's good. It is 14-0. Ross Rams will be right back after this message.
And you know what? He can tell his grandkids. I know we're on a.
Look no further than the high school student athletes right here in Ohio. High school sports teach young people how to be effective leaders. It includes learning to listen, accepting responsibility, being a good role model, and it's about respect. The result, it transcends sports. It gives us hope for the future. This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
We're back. Impressive drive for the Ross Rams. They take the lead 14-7. We have 6:48 to go in the third quarter. Ross is lined up, ready to go for the kickoff, and Monroe, getting some last-minute coaching, is now trotting on the field. What'd you think of that drive, Joel?
Well, that was the first drive of quarter number 3. So Monroe has not even touched the ball yet. 5 minutes and change already off the clock. As the kicker, Sully Spencer, kicks it deep.
Boom.
Halfway into the end zone, it will be a touchback. Springboro has scored twice. They are leading Middletown 20-7 now in the third quarter. And a couple of scores from the Western Buckeye League have gone final. One of them goes the way that Ross and Monroe would like to see it go. The other one does not. Van Wert wallops Salina. That's the good score, 45-7. The bad score is Lima Shawnee holds on with a red zone stop over Bath. And the Indians of Lima Shawnee start out 2-0 with a 14-0
They're
win.
Actually Indians.
They are actually Indians.
They got the blessing.
Well, remember, Wapakoneta's in the conference, and Wapakoneta is still the Redskins.
Oh, wow.
They
wow,
are.
that's old school there.
We'll see how long that stands. Handoff goes up the middle to Elijah Jackson. And Jackson on the fullback dive is going to get a yard, if that. It's going to be second down and a long 9.
I'll tell you, you've said this before, and I'll say it again. These teams are mirror images of each other. It is amazing. They run the exact same plays.
They both like to do the same things. Which means that practice every week, when they're practicing offense, they're also practicing the defense required to play this particular matchup.
All right,
it's a little different to defend the spread when your team doesn't run the spread.
Second and 9, Monroe needs to get some yardage here and get out of their shadow their own end zone here.
Pitches the ball at the very last minute to the wide back. He's got a little bit of room, and Ryan Miles wiggles his way close to the first down marker. He'll be a couple of yards short. That was a last-second decision by Alex Fitch, and a good one.
Yes, it was, especially for him to pitch that ball under duress like he did and hit him right in the breadbasket.
Here's a Butler County score from Division I. At the end of the third quarter, the Lakota West Firebirds lead the West Claremont Wolves 42-0.
Ooh, that's a butt kick in there.
Break out the second level points for St. X, right?
Yes.
Oh, boy. Up the middle, Elijah Jackson's got some room. Ducking, stumbling, gets around a couple of guys, and breaks, finally tackled down at the 42-yard line, getting close to midfield. That's the fullback, Elijah Jackson. He's slow to get up.
No, that's a nice way to get a 3rd and 3 with a 15-yard run, I'll tell you.
I hope Elijah Jackson is simply cramping. This does not look great. He is down on the ground.
Holding his knee a little bit.
Is it his knee or his hamstring?
Oh, God.
This might not be the greatest injury in the world. I mean, cramping is annoying, but it's very temporary, and you get through it and you get hydrated.
Let's see what they're doing with him.
If it's a knee injury or something else, that might be a little more severe, and Monroe needs the fullback, Elijah Jackson, to make their entire offense work. They cannot afford to have him miss any extended length of time.
I would say he's getting up. I think it was a cramp. He's walking off. He's okay.
Kind of ginger.
Yeah.
It's a big hand from
Now he's trotting off the field.
Monroe
So.
and their fans. Hopefully it is
He's
only a cramp and not a pulled hamstring.
Or he's a
quad.
tough dude, one of the two.
Yeah. End of the third quarter at Madison. The Fenwick Falcons lead 27-0 over the Madison Mohawks.
Wow.
Who are off to a really slow and sluggish start. Once again, Baden's schedule continues.
Now, the
to win
Mohawks
games.
are named after the Indian, not the hairdo, right?
That I believe that is the case.
Well, if they want to change
I
the
can neither
hairdo and be
confirm nor
politically correct, I can be their
The Mohawk
mascot.
hairdo.
I can be
That's
the
right.
Mohawk guy.
That's right.
Reverse Mohawk.
The lucky horseshoe Mohawk. Handoff goes up the middle. That looks like that is E.J. Giant replacing Elijah Jackson as the fullback.
Wow.
Still ran the same play, handoff of the middle. It's a 3-yard gain. And Monroe is going to have the ball, 2nd down and 7, at their own 45-yard line.
You know, we might potentially have 2 drives by each team use up the whole quarter here, Joel.
It's kind of starting to look like that. We're down below 5 minutes left to go in the second quarter. If Monroe can keep the ball,
and grind it out.
grind it out. Both teams, a
Another
lot of clock.
Another fullback run. Good yardage. He's a little short of the first down. It's going to set up a 3rd and 2.
That is Elijah Jackson.
He's back.
And I'll tell you what, there was an extracurricular at the end of that play.
Yes, there was.
Brendan Sevier, I don't know if he didn't realize that the ball was handed to the fullback, and triple option is a shell game. You really don't know. But he went absolutely after the quarterback, Alex Pitch, and buried him into the turf.
Oh, the very first play, Pitch did this in the game. He was tackled by 2 Ross Rams.
And it's hard to tell what's sportsmanlike and what's not because the way the offense works, you don't really know who's got the ball.
Nice play by Ross.
Pitch kept it himself, was unable to pitch it. And
They did not get the first down,
Brendan
Joel.
Sevier brings him down again. This time he's got the ball in his hand. That's a very nice tackle by Brendan Sevier. 4th down and 3.
They're saying
Maybe
2, but it looks closer
About
to
2.5?
3. Yeah, 2.5, 3.
And the ball is on their own side of the midfield, barely. Own 49-yard line.
No
Monroe
punting
is
here. They're
44.
going.
The Cowbells.
Crowd's getting into it. The big play here.
Or maybe they're the Swak Bells. I don't know, right? They play them backwards to the Swak Bells.
They're ringing them backwards.
That's right. 4th down and 2. Pitch, tries a hard count. Snaps the ball. Hands off to the fullback.
Oh, he barely got
And
it.
Elijah Jackson
Nice effort.
emerges from the pile about a half-yard ahead of the sticks.
Wow. Ross was ready for him, but he ran like Larry Zonka there. That's an old reference.
Very old reference. That's before I was born.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was before most of you were born, but I don't know.
I don't think Larry Zonka was even in Tecmo.
Oh, no. He was out of the NFL by 80. He wasn't in television or Atari
Old
either.
people like Chris Vogt know like the Nigerian Nightmare in those days.
Yeah, okay,
Bo
that might
Jackson,
be
right?
good. That might be good. The Nigerian Nightmare.
Christian Okoye. Looks like the ball
Ball-
is on the ground.
It's
little
a
bit
fumble.
Of miscommunication.
It's a fumble. It looks
Pitch
like
fumbled it, and
and
the
Ross.
Ross Rams come up with it.
huge turnover.
Pitch had a trouble with the mesh point on the fullback dive and ended up neither handing off the ball nor keeping it himself, and the ball ends up hitting the turf.
So do you think he was trying to pull it out of the belly, or you think the belly just kept it, or what do you think happened
Yeah,
there?
I think he probably tried to pull it out. The defensive interior line collapsed on the fullback there, and the ball just, well, it's humid. And it's been raining earlier tonight. The field's a little wet. We've seen a few different ball bouncing and slippages of some sort, and that was a very inconvenient moment for that to happen for Monroe. 1st down and 10 for Ross at their own 49-yard line. Handoff to Caldwell up the
again.
middle. He's going to gain about 3 yards as Ross continues to grind out the clock. We're now going to be below 2 minutes by the time Ross snaps this ball again.
Now, I know Caldwell's not going to be having his 14-yard average like he did in the first game, but I'm telling you, he's probably has 20, 25 carries. I mean, he has been the man tonight for Ross.
I'll tell you what. The Monroe Hornets,
Yeah.
they're up and coming.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Ross may win this game. It's only a 7-point game. Who knows what's going to happen?
Almost a fumbled snap
Frazen
by
almost fumbles it, then runs up the middle, quarterback sneak style, and gains only, 30 yards.
he looked like Steve Young against Minnesota.
I've seen this.
You've seen that
I've
run.
seen that run.
Oh, my goodness.
He basically bobbled the snap, and it never hit the ground. And as he gained control, his momentum was going forward and took it right up the middle.
You
And
football historians, if you don't know the Steve Young versus Minnesota Viking run, just go to YouTube. It's probably my favorite quarterback run of all time.
was that back in the era when the baseball field was still down at Candlestick Park?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Gotta love the
Steve
old
Young
infield
tripped
cutouts.
5 times, but he still got in the end zone.
That was very, very Steve Young-like run for Frazeman, who is not left-handed, but he is left-footed on his punts. Snap goes, handoff goes up the middle to Caldwell, who's not going to find a lot of real estate in the middle of the pile. It's going to be a second down and a long 9 for Ross. But back to Monroe. Yeah, we don't know what's going to happen. There's still a quarter left to play here as we're down to a minute left in the third quarter. It's only a 7-point game. It's still anybody's game. But even if this goes somewhat south, Monroe, they have improved greatly, and you can see that.
I think Ross right now is kind of imposing their will on him. This is a big series here for
The pitch outside to Caldwell.
nice D there.
And a beautiful tackle. It basically looked like a cut block, but done by the defense. And that was done by Aiden Sargent of the Monroe Hornets. Wonderful open field tackle.
Another Monroe cramp there.
Oh, Monroe is having all kinds of hydration issues.
Get some fluids.
We're down to 41 seconds. What that is going to do is going to make Ross have to run one more play before the end of the third quarter. They're going to wind the clock once they spot the ball. The Monroe Hornets lost at this stadium last year in the playoffs, 52-14.
Wow.
The score is now 14-7, and we're in the waning moments of the third quarter. That is some serious improvement for Monroe.
Yes.
I didn't notice this, but looking at the schedule from last year, it looked like, remember last year after the playoffs were done, the teams that lost early could schedule an additional game against somebody else.
Right.
Monroe took the time to schedule an away game at Carroll last year, a couple weeks after that playoff ending game to Ross, and Monroe actually won that game against the GCL South's Patriots, 42-26.
Yeah, and probably use that as a springboard for this year.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, Monroe last year, looking at their schedule, they were 1-4. Since then, they've beaten Madison. They've beaten Elida. They lost to Ross in the playoff game. They then beat Carroll. They won their first game last year, and here they are back here at Robinson Field, giving the Ross Rams everything that Ross wants.
Well, we call the Monroe Elida game, and we both went up there thinking it was going to be the Elida show.
And it wasn't.
Oh, it wasn't by any means. They had the beautiful field, the beautiful uniforms, but Monroe just came in and just crushed them. It was amazing.
Absolutely. Hey, Colerain, God bless you. You're on the board.
All right.
42-7 now. St. Xavier leads the Colerain Cardinals, and Colerain's Twitter account is super excited to be able to tap the scoreboard over St. X. Man, how about Macomb giving Marion Local a game in Division 7? Marion Local Flyers win that game 10-0.
Wow.
I mean, Marion Local, as we talked about last week,
they are the Duke. They are the Duke of Division 7.
Marion Local is now 135-12 since 2010.
I'm sorry. Duke is a Marion Local of college basketball.
College basketball.
Yes, I got to say it right.
You got it backwards there.
Yes.
Right? Absolutely. Here's a score that will make Ross and Monroe somewhat happy and make Baden even happier. The McNicholas Rockets are now leading New Richmond 28-0.
McNick has one of the best mascots. Have you ever seen the Rocket?
I don't think I've seen the Rocket. Tell me about the Rocket.
It's impressive. It's just someone in a rocket costume. He can't walk very well. He just kind of stands there and waves because his legs are impeded by the cylinder of the rocket.
He has no solid rocket boosters down there. Huh?
No. Wait, I mean, how many rockets have legs? You know.
They don't make them like that in the Apollo program. I don't think. I'll have to ask my dad that. Dad loves the Apollo program.
Okay.
Neil, if you're listening, you have to tell me if they ever made a rocket, a Saturn V that had legs.
He would know.
He would know. If anybody would know, my dad would know the answer to that one.
Back to the field. We have 41 seconds to go. Third quarter. Vital. They're running the clock here.
Yes, because it was a running play.
That's right.
Injuries paused it.
Big 3rd and 7 now. Ross is lining up.
This.
Yes, they are.
But if this is a running play, this could be the last play of the quarter. Man goes in motion. Now it's a straight I formation behind Frazeman. Frazeman hands off. It's a running back ISO to Aiden Brown.
He is short.
But he got about 5 yards. He got a good chunk of that. It's not going to be 4th down and very long. when we get to the end of the quarter. I'll tell you what, this almost feels like Florida weather here at Robinson Field. And in Florida, with these cramping situations, it is mandatory by high school rules in Florida to have, at the 6-minute mark-ish, a mandatory referee's timeout for hydration.
Wow. Well,
Monroe could use that here.
Yes.
Ross Rams trying to wear them down, showing they're ever so slightly better conditioned if they can get away with it. We are at the end of quarter number 3. The Ross Rams are on the move. It's going to be a 4th down and short.
Yeah, 4th and 2 coming up. Stay with us. This is probably the pivotal play of the game right here.
On the Butler County High School Sports Report Radio Network.
Looking for future leaders we can believe in? Look no further than the high school student athletes right here in Ohio. High school sports teach young people how to be effective leaders. It includes learning to listen, accepting responsibility, being a good role model, and it's about respect. The result, it transcends sports. It gives us hope for the future. This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Biggest play of the game coming up here. We got 4th and 2 at the 17-yard line. Really think about this, Joel. Ross can march in, be up 2 scores in the 4th quarter, essentially seal the game. Monroe stops them. They can score, tie the game up. This is the play of the game, and I'm going to make a prediction now. I just have a feeling Monroe's going to be up to the task. I think they're going to stop them. We'll see what happens.
All right, all eyes are going to be on the fullback, Riley Caldwell. It's going to be a 4th down and 2. Ross is inside the red zone now at the Monroe 17-yard line. They've got to get it to the 15 in order to move the chains on 4th down.
Let's see what kind of defense they're setting up.
A lot of bunching
They're
up in the
setting
middle
up
of
for
this
a
one.
sneak.
Aiden Brown in motion. Frazeman's going to keep it, tuck it behind.
Look at that!
Guys in the backfield, driving in parallel, and I don't think he quite got it.
No, they didn't.
Monroe Hornets.
Monroe with the stop. Big play. I called that.
Frazeman got stretched out. That was a quarterback keeper all the way. He tried to get around to the sideline. He kept getting stretched, going east-west, east-west, east-west.
Joel, I thought your Caldwell call was the thing to do there. I mean, that's the bread and butter guy. They had him set up kind of on the side like a slot receiver, so the defense basically knew he wasn't in the play unless he would go in motion to get the handoff. So it was pretty much I called quarterback sneak, and it was like a little rollout. And he got stuffed.
Quarterback sweep almost.
Yeah, like a sweep, and you should run straight there, not sweep.
And he did not quite get as far to the edge as they needed, and Monroe will have the ball inside their own 20.
Let's see what happens here.
Second play of quarter number 4. Monroe has got a real shot at this thing still. Here's the snap. Handoff goes up the middle. That's Jackson. Elijah Jackson
hard.
Punches it toward the left sideline. Gets a little bit of room and gains about 4 on the play. They're out to the 20-yard line. As time ticks down below 11 and a half minutes left to go here at Robinson Field. Joel Sackenheim, Dr. Dan Vogt, glad to have you with us here for a good one, if you like defense, on the Butler County High School Sports Report.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal game. Scoring is not what it's all about when these guys play each other.
Man goes in motion. It's a pitch from pitch.
Nice defense.
And that was Kyle Becker in the backfield for the Ross Rams, making the tackle on Ryan Miles, who received Alex Pitch's toss and had absolutely nowhere to go but to eat it.
Coaches tell you as a young child or young kid back in the Pee Wee football to stay in your lanes. Basically what that means is don't run to the ball, stay your ground. And that's what Kyle did. The play came to him. He busted through and made the tackle. Very smart play.
Stay in your lane. I get told that on Facebook every once in a while.
3rd and 9. This is another big play for Monroe.
Shotgun formation for pitch. He's going to scramble out toward the left. He's going to try to run it.
He's going to.
Man coming up, misses the tackle, spins off a second tackle, and Alex Pitch is going to have enough of the first down here, Dan.
Yeah, that looked like an ugly play from the get-go. I mean, he didn't catch the snap cleanly from the shotgun position.
He scrambled then toward the left, which is always the thing that you question about why
Yes.
a right-handed quarterback is scrambling left.
Well,
I don't
pretty
think
much-
he ever looked to throw that ball. That was
No,
really
he
a
didn't.
straight run.
He just improvised the whole thing, and then he did a little spin move right at the end, got the first down.
Two of Ross's secondary had shots at him in the open field. He kind of spun off of just both of them, just barely to get enough. Handoff up the middle to Elijah Jackson. Ross's defensive line is there for that. It is 2nd down and 9 as we are below 10 minutes left to go here in the 4th quarter at Robinson Field. Ross defense still staying tough there.
Yeah, they are. I'll tell you, Monroe taking their time, getting in and out of the huddle. I think they just know this is the drive. They got to do it.
If you don't do it now and you take off too much time, you may not have another shot.
Exactly.
Down to 9:45 left to go in the game.
Here's a rare pass.
Pitch does not have
Oh, and
anybody
he's
open.
sacked.
An enormous loss. And Derek Rack comes up out of the pile, absolutely both guns ablazing. He's proud of himself, and he should be.
That's where I would do a little rollout. I'd roll him out to the right, and then if the play isn't there, he could throw it out of bounds.
That is an absolute drive killer.
Oh, it's a killer.
We are looking at 3rd and 22. This is the longest 3rd down that either team has faced all night long. That's how good the offenses have been about staying on schedule.
Absolutely.
Monroe is not on schedule right
I'm going
now.
to just say off tackle run, and they're going to have to punt.
Well, don't take too much more time off the clock, right?
There it
Play this
is.
for the next drive. There is the handoff up the middle. Very little gain. And honestly, they might have been better off punting it on 3rd down to save the 40 seconds.
Is their quarterback a punter?
Their quarterback is not. Ross's is a punter. And once again, a clock stoppage as yet another Hornet is cramping. This is the 6th Hornet to cramp up in the 2nd half.
And not one Ross player
Not a
has
single
cramped.
Ross Ram has cramped up.
So I think you're seeing – I'm not saying Ross is better conditioned than Monroe.
I am.
You are? Okay.
Well, I mean, again, if 6 guys have cramped up
6-0.
to nothing,
Yeah.
you know, that is a difference maker.
Yeah, I'm looking at the timeout to see if the water boys are out there and they're not. They don't bring the water boys out.
Well, they're gonna take the time or whatever. But
Oh,
again,
wait a minute. There is a Gatorade kids out there for Ross. So they're keeping them hydrated.
you got to stay hydrated. The humidity
Now,
is worse than the heat.
conversely, if you look over across the field at Monroe, I don't see Gatorade anywhere.
No?
So, no, I don't.
I'm kind of looking through their huddle right now as best I can see it. Yeah,
I don't see it anywhere.
There's not a ton of hydration going on over there right now.
They must have had a Gatorade sale down at the IGA in Ross, and they took
bought it all
advantage
up.
of it. Yeah, that's got to be what it was.
Well, I mean, the thing is this: a cramp is not a serious injury.
No, but it I mean, you've had them. You've had them.
I've had 'em.
I've had them too. It feels like your calf muscle is going to rip out of your leg. It's horrible.
They're very unpleasant.
Oh,
But when I see one team cramping and the other team not,
yeah.
it's not about the cramping. What does that mean for the offensive line versus defensive line in the trenches and being able to make sure that your guy is hit 2 yards upfield versus 2 yards in the backfield? That's what I'm trying to extrapolate from looking at these injuries and conditioning and what we're looking at. Monroe has absolutely played their hearts out tonight. There is no doubt at all about that. But
I got a kind text from
huh?
someone. Kind text
From
about our
614.
broadcasting. I don't know. That's
the Columbus area.
Yeah, Columbus. I got a shout out from a Columbus fan. I don't know who it is, but thanks for the kind words.
Somebody's got Danny Vogt's number.
Yeah, I don't know how.
There you go. How about that? All right, the 4th quarter in Brookville. The Blue Devils of Brookville lead the Anna Rockets 28-7.
Now, isn't Anna always a power though?
Anna is in the Midwest Athletic Conference with New Bremen and Marion Local and all those guys that are challenging New Miami in Division 7.
Okay.
Covington Catholic has finally gotten underway after a long lightning delay.
Wow, that's a lot of lightning down in Kentucky.
CovCath is up 7-0 over Kentucky's Belfry High School. And again, why do we care
Are they
about that game?
are they the Belfry Bats?
The Belfry Quasimodos? I don't know. I don't know what
Bats
Belfry
in the
is.
Belfry.
Bats in the Belfry. It's 7-0 CovCath Colonels. And again, why do we care about a Kentucky score? Well, in Division I, Elder beat Covcath earlier this year. That means every single game that Covcath plays the rest of the regular season has the chance to give Elder another 6 second-level points. So that comes into play there with all your GMC schools trying to outdo the GCL South schools for the playoffs.
I'll tell you, we're looking at all these scores on Twitter, and we are very fortunate. We have the game of the night, I think.
It's a pretty good – there's a lot of non-competitive games out there.
Absolutely.
Ours is competitive. Yeah, here's another non-competitive. Miamisburg in third quarter leads Lebanon 35-0. This is Lebanon's first game of the year.
Yes.
And I believe it also might be Miamisburg. No, they beat West Carrollton last week. So that's another team, Miamisburg, that could be 2-0.
Well, we got a 4th and 20 punt coming up here, Joel. Obviously, you can't go for it way down.
You got to punt
at
deep
your
in
own
territory. There's the kick.
Nice
goes
kick.
Across the 40 to the 50-yard line on a line drive, caught right at the 50. This is dangerous. This is the running back, Jay Warren, and those low line drive punts are what you call out kicking your coverage. Jay Warren gets about 12 yards, and Monroe's kind of lucky he didn't get more than that.
Well, Monroe is set up very well here now. I mean, 37-yard line, 1st and 10, 8:35 to go. The Ross Rams are probably trying to salt out the win here, or at least take a lot of clock time off.
Yeah, with 8:35 left to go in the game, Ross's goals on this drive are they're inside the 40-yard line going in.
3 first downs would get you 6 minutes off the clock.
You're thinking about getting time
Not even
on the
a
clock,
touchdown.
and even a field goal.
Sure.
Would be killer
on
this drive. Frazeman, stutter steps.
He's got some room.
He's loose, and he's gone.
He is gone.
Touchdown, Braden Frazeman. 37 yards on the first play from scrimmage. Well, Dan, they're not going to get the time off the clock, but I think Ross is going to be very, very happy with that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit too clock conscious, I must admit. You got to take the TD anytime you can get it.
Oh, that was an absolutely beautiful, beautiful touchdown run there for the Ross Rams.
He faked to the fullback, kind of stutter-stepped. No one was around him, and he turned on the jets, ran around the left end, and he was gone.
We had mentioned conditioning earlier.
Yes.
Ross has got to bounce in their step, Dan.
Yeah, they do.
The low line drive kick, that's actually the prettiest extra point of the night. It is up, and it is good. With 8:27 left to go in the fourth quarter, it's the Ross Rams 21, the Monroe Hornets 7. You're listening to high school football coverage on the Butler County High School Sports Report Radio Network.
Hey, sports fan! Did you know the OHSAA is among the national leaders in social media? Check out the OHSAA's social media platforms for news, tournament information, accomplishments, helpful links, and all the items available in the fan guide, including photos, DVDs, and publications. Check out OHSAA Sports on Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, and Instagram. And who knows, you may be the next featured face.
You feel that movement? I think the Ross Rams call that breathing room.
They flexed their muscle when they had to.
A 2-touchdown lead for the Ross Rams. And we'll see how the Monroe Hornets answer here. They got 8:27 to work with, but they're going to need 2 possessions now. And that will not be the easiest thing in the world. Ross's defense has come to play tonight.
Oh, they have.
Here comes
early
Sullivan.
on, I thought Monroe was actually the dominant team. He ran it out for some reason.
Caught at the 1-yard line by Trey Daniels. Daniels fielded it on the hop, a couple of hops at the 1, kind of stepped back on the goal line, but after he had possession, so it is a live ball at that point in time. And Sully Spencer with a very nice kickoff, and he's going to pin the Monroe Hornets back, and that is the last thing that Monroe needed right now.
Yeah, I mean, if Monroe has a few –
What have we here, Dan?
We have a personal foul on Monroe, but I didn't get the number.
Well, did I say that this was the last thing that Monroe needed? It's even less of a thing that Monroe needed.
No, they're going to start now at about the 7.5-yard line after they –
half the distance to the goal on the personal foul. First down and 10 inside their own 10 for the Hornets. It looks like it's going to be spotted at the 9-yard line to start this drive.
7.5 maybe. All right.
It's interesting. The ball, we got a very strange angle from this press box here.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the down marker, and the down marker looks like it's at the 9. Scoreboard says the 8, and the ball looks like it's on the 7. Somewhere in there is the
It's
truth.
inside the 10, we'll just say that.
Depends on which media source you trust to cover your news, right? Man goes in motion, and that's a handoff up the middle. And
tricky
quick. E.J. Giant, the backup fullback, in there for the cramping Elijah Jackson, and he gains about 30 yards.
There you
or
go.
more on that
They bring a
carry.
fresh-legged young man in, and he runs 32 yards. I have to do the math.
Elijah Jackson has gone off a couple different times with cramps, both offensively and defensively for the Hornets. And so they went ahead and put his backup in there, E.J. Giant, the sophomore. And Giant does have fresh legs, and you could see it as he cut through the Ross defense like a hot knife through butter there.
There you go.
1st and 10 for the Monroe Hornets.
Monroe needs to speed up their play here.
They're at their own 40-yard line, still 60 yards to go till pay dirt.
Same
and they
play.
need 2 touchdowns. Handoff up the middle. E.J. Giant, nowhere near as much success there. He stumbles ahead and falls forward for 2 yards. Down below 8 minutes, and actually it'll be below 7.5 by the time this ball is snapped. Monroe is still huddling up, but they've got to have a little bit more urgency now.
Yeah, I agree with that.
If it was a one-score game, that's one thing, but now you're down by 14 points.
And it's impossible to get onside kicks the way they have it now.
It's been challenged. Well, with high school, it's different than the NFL there. High school is more likely
Absolutely.
than the NFL is for an onside kick. Man goes in motion, toss to the wide back. That's Miles. Miles has a little bit of room.
Miles
Gets
is
a
open.
couple blocks. He's got a first down. He's across midfield. Tackled out of bounds. Finally chased down by the Rams, but not until he gains about 18 yards on the play. It's a 1st and 10 Monroe, and maybe every bit as importantly, Dan.
He got out of bounds.
There you go.
I read your mind before you even asked
You
the
knew
question.
exactly where we're going.
Oh, absolutely.
A first down temporarily stops the clock, but a first down that is tackled out of bounds permanently stops the clock until the ball is snapped. We are stuck at 7:07 remaining in the 4th quarter of play. Hornets have the ball 1st and 10 at the Ross 42-yard line after that 18-yard run by Ryan Miles. Flexbone formation, 1 wide receiver toward the bottom of your screen, going left to right. Pass play. Got a possible man, tipped up in the air, incomplete. The pass was intended for Connor Loper, the tight end.
It went through his arms,
Big old
Joel. It
number
was there.
95 there.
Yeah.
Richie Jackson was on coverage there. It's kind of been a bit of a slick ball tonight.
Yeah, it looked like a slick ball there. I like the play call.
He had him.
Oh, he had him. It stops the clock.
It does stop the clock. It only took 5 seconds to run that play. Back-to-back clock stoppages after plays there. That's good news for Monroe. 7:02 left to go in the 4th quarter. 2nd down and 10. Flexbone formation now getting an audible from the sidelines is the quarterback, Alex Pitch. Man comes in motion to make the formation tighter. Second man in motion. Handoff. No fake handoff. Pitch has it. Gets hit from behind. Ball's loose. Rolling along the ground and covered up safely by Trey Daniels of the Hornets, but it's going to be a loss of 3 yards.
Okay, so basically they faked to the fullback. The quarterback was getting hammered, flipped it at the last second. The ball popped out, and the running back was fortunate to fall on it.
Normally you like to see a quarterback pitch at the last second, but you don't like the quarterback to actually be in the middle of being hit as the ball is coming out of his hands.
That's right.
And that's why the ball came out a little bit lower than normally required and ends up hitting the turf there. 3rd down and 13. Monroe's got 2 plays here to pick this up. They don't have to get it all here, but they do also have to be mindful of the clock that it's down to 6.5 minutes left to go in this game.
Good D. Good D.
He's gonna try to run
he's
it.
a magician.
On the pass play.
He is a
Coverage
magician.
breaks down. He runs it to the right, out of bounds. It is going to be enough for a first down. The pocket completely collapsed on him, but it ended up working like a quarterback draw.
It was just beautiful athletic ability by the Monroe Hornets quarterback there. I mean, he was leaving guys in the dust.
Monroe's offensive line got beat and then used it to their advantage.
Yes, you're right, because all the front line was behind him. You're correct.
So it's like, bad and then good. They got through you, but then, hey, you're between them and the quarterback's running forward. It's 1st
That's
and
why
10.
a screen pass might be a good play call here.
1st and 10 at the 28-yard line. Man in motion. It's a toss sweep to the wide side of the field going left. That's Miles. Miles gets blown up After a 3-yard gain, clock will continue to run as the tackle was inbounds. We are now down to 6 minutes and counting here. Monroe down by 14 points on the outskirts of the red zone, trying to stay alive in this football game.
And if you're wondering about the timeout situation, both teams have all 3 timeouts. More importantly for Monroe in this situation, being down by 2 touchdowns.
Absolutely.
2nd and 7 here.
Looks like we've got another flex bone formation. I expect to see the wide back going in motion from left to right, and there it is. That's Wynn. It's a handoff up the middle on a counter. That's Miles.
Miles is running
down.
hard.
He's inside of the 10-yard line. His forward progress gets stopped as he gets driven out of bounds. That is key because the clock will continue to run.
But it stopped on the first down. It's 1st and goal, Joel, at the 10 now.
The clock actually has not even stopped here. It
should have stopped
on the first down. But no referee ever actually made the signal
Wow,
to stop the clock, and the referee in the center has not paid attention. They've lost about 30 seconds here on this.
That is
bad
criminal.
break for Monroe, and
That
nobody's
is
watching
criminal.
the clock. They're below 5 minutes now.
Ooh.
1st and goal at the 10-yard line.
I think
Monroe
Monroe's playing like they thought the clock was stopped right now.
They are. They're taking their sweet time getting this play organized. I formation. Ross sending a blitzer in, up the middle. Pitch, keeps it, trying to get the outside. And a face mask flag is going to be coming in.
Absolutely. That'll stop the clock.
Brandon Severe, I think, got him. It was a beautiful tackle, but I think his hand got right up inside the face mask as he was bringing him down. And now we have a Ross player down with cramps.
Yes, and it was the quarterback jumped up and grabbed his face mask just to help out the ref there. That was
Hey,
nice.
ref, you see that? He got me right here. See it? Right here. 4:40 left. The clock is stopped for a injury timeout. And this time it is a Ross Ram cramping up. So this is the first time we've seen Ross having some hydration issues on this very muggy night.
Are personal fouls automatic first downs in high school?
No, they are not necessarily.
Okay, so this play will be half the distance to the goal.
That's correct.
The ball will be down to the 5-yard
And
line.
it's going to be 2nd down.
And it'll still be 2nd down. Interesting.
Absolutely. Yeah. Rules are just a hair different.
Yeah.
In high school football with some of these penalties.
So I would say college rules are much more closer to the NFL, and I would say the high school is much different than both.
Well, I mean, one of the big differences I would think would be the ball carrier being down when the knee hits the ground. The NFL is very different in that compared to high school and college have the exact same lineup there. Or the exact same.
Yeah, I know that if the knee hits the ground, you're down, but that's one I wish they could change.
Other final scores from the Western Buckeye League while we have you here for Division III Region 12. Both of these scores are not friendly to Ross, Monroe, or Baden. St. Mary's Memorial, Rough Rides all over Defiance. 56-0 is the final there for the Memorial Rough Riders.
Defiance, they weren't defiant
They weren't
tonight.
very defiant at all tonight.
No, they weren't.
And Wapakoneta, the Redskins, knocked off the Ottawa Glandorf Titans by a score of 28-13. Wapakoneta was 0-1 after losing to Marion Local last week. No shame in that. The Redskins pick it back up. They're now 1-1 and trying to climb to the top of the Western Buckeye League and get one of those top 4 seeds.
Is there any truth to the rumor they're going to be called the Wapakoneta football team next year?
I have not heard that.
Okay, I'm just wondering.
Yes.
Hey, the Washington, formerly Redskins NFL team.
Yes.
They have their name down to 3.
Okay, what
but
they
won't.
got?
They won't tell you the names.
Oh, they won't tell us.
They just said it's down to 3.
We got 3 of them, but you don't know what it is.
They're keeping us in suspenders.
Oh my gosh! My vote, Chris' vote, would be for the Pigskins. You can have all the hog theme and still have the fight song. Hail!
Call them
to
the Skins.
Pigskins.
Yes.
So call them the Skins.
How about the Redskin Potatoes?
There you go. Halftime at Glass Stadium, Moeller leads Chaminade Julienne 21-14.
2nd and 5 here.
Elijah
Monroe
Jackson is the man behind. He's going to take a handoff right up the middle. He's going to get about half of the yardage. It's going to be maybe a little more than half the yardage. It's going to be 3rd and goal. They're inside the 2-yard line now. They're down below 4.5 minutes left to go.
And they're running in and running out the plays. You'd think after a timeout like that, they would have had 2 plays called.
Well, the problem with that, Dan, is Elijah Jackson's helmet popped off.
Oh, okay.
So Elijah Jackson actually has to run off the field and be substituted by E.J. Jayon.
Okay, good catch. I didn't see that.
Because of the equipment malfunction, so to speak. We're down to 4 minutes left. The clock is still running. This is an issue. Monroe cannot waste too much more time. They've got to punch this in the end zone.
3rd and 2.
from the 2. Jion in the backfield is the tailback. It is a handoff to Jion up the middle. He spins. He falls forward.
He got in.
And I think he is ever so slightly
Oh.
short. The referee on Monroe's sideline is signaling
minute.
touchdown. The referee on Ross's sideline is signaling short. And I'm going to tell you from where all those bodies were, wow.
Interesting.
This is a naked gun scene of 2 umpires disagreeing here.
Interesting that the referee closest to the ball carrier said he was short, and the one farthest away indicated touchdown.
Okay, wow. So this is going to be, it looks like a touchdown for Monroe.
He was more emphatic.
He was more emphatic. I don't know that I agree with the positioning of the referees in the call, but
thought
I
he got
did not
in.
see what he saw. So you and I disagree even here from the
Oh,
press
yes.
box, Dan. Kick is up.
It's important.
Extra point is good. So that is a 2-yard touchdown run.
Oh, my goodness. And we have a penalty on the might be a personal foul.
Let's see here. They're talking about it.
That might be against Ross. Frustrations.
And they're waving off
Oh,
the
they're
flag.
waving it
There is
off.
no flag on the play.
Okay.
So basically, here's what happened there. I'll try to paint this as accurate of a picture as I can for all you guys. That was a handoff up the middle. There was no room at all in the end.
Straight fullback dive. He did a
Straight
spin
fullback dive.
move.
A little spin, and he found a little bit of a seam just to the right of the right guard. He falls forward. The referee that is on the Ross sideline that actually has the closer look at the play sees the knee hit the ground and sees the ball ever so slightly short of the goal line, puts his fist up in the air to signal 4th down. The referee from the top, the Monroe sideline,
The farthest away.
the farther one away from the play, is coming in with both arms in the air signaling a touchdown. The referees kind of look at each other. The referee signaling the touchdown then blows the whistle, signals touchdown a second time, and points down very emphatically at the goal line. Now, he was the farther one from the play. I don't know how he saw through the pile, but if he did have an angle through the pile, he may have had the better angle. I've reffed enough soccer to know, and I've reffed enough basketball to know that whoever is closest does not necessarily have the best angle.
Well, the way you explained it, throwing in there that his knee was down before he crossed the goal line, if you saw that, I did not see that. So I'll give you that.
It was really close. I'm not going to say I
Okay.
saw anything. I'm up in a press box sitting at the yard line.
I
The two
think
referees in question are the two that have a much better look than either you or I have at that.
I think when he spun and reached his arm out, he broke the plane of the goal before he was down.
By the time it was all said and done, the ball was in the end zone. There's
Yeah.
no doubt about that. When it got there in relation to the knee going down, that's up to the two referees to figure out. Touchdown is called short.
Pooch kickoff.
It is going to be caught and kneeled down right at the 40-yard line. The hero there is Kyle Becker for the Ross Rams. It was a very short pooch kick. And he
Nice.
went right underneath it. Beautiful.
Nice restraint by the official there. Monroe's player actually did touch him after he went down on one knee, but you could tell there was no intent to hit the man or anything.
Well, he touched him.
He did touch
You
him.
can tell that his intention was to blow him the heck up and decide at the last second, I better not. He just took a knee.
That's right. That's right.
3:52 left in the fourth quarter. Ross has the ball at their own 40-yard line, needing a couple of first downs to get these timeouts off the clock and churn out the game. Handoff up the middle to Riley Caldwell. And Caldwell gets about 3-4 yards, maybe 3.5.
And no timeout there, interestingly, by Monroe.
Well, it does not really matter when Monroe decides to take their timeouts. They're probably going to take them in a chunk of 3. They can do it now. They can do it potentially after the next first down if they give one up.
If they give one up.
If they give one up.
That's why I would have taken it there.
So we'll see what they end up doing with this. But regardless of when they take the timeouts, the most important thing is they take it immediately after the guy goes down, whenever they happen to decide to do
Right.
it. You can't let 20 seconds go off the clock and then change your mind. Handoff again to the fullback, and he's got room.
Oh, he's got
Caldwell.
room.
And he runs out of bounds.
He runs out of bounds.
Ugh.
Not good, but
That's a
for
first
you
down.
Ross fans, 20-yard run there.
That was a big gain. The offensive line for Ross moved the guys very well.
Another cramp.
Little bit of it was almost like a fullback draw. A little misdirection there, and he was way open. And he gets the first down, and yes, you would love to see him fall down in bounds. And when you look at that in film study, you've just basically given Monroe 25 seconds or so.
Yeah. The smartest play would have been as he was coming towards the sidelines to just slide down on his knee there.
That's right. Just fall down like a baseball slide.
Exactly.
Clock is stopped at 3:05 and will not start until the ball is snapped.
We got 3:05 to go here.
Monroe may start thinking about taking these timeouts on this sequence. Handoff once again to Caldwell.
Running
Spins
hard.
around a little bit, gets about a couple yards. Finally is wrestled down by a pile of Hornets.
Still no timeout. Oh, now
Chris
they take
Reber makes the stop, and that is the first timeout now taken by Monroe. But they let a couple of seconds go off there, Dan?
I'd say 3 or 4, but
3 or 4
that's
seconds.
okay.
Okay. So
They took it.
You want to be, and I'll tell you, I learned this of all things coaching basketball. You know, because in basketball you have the situation where a ball can be scored, and you can be down by more than 2 points, and you make the basket, and you need to get the timeout before the other team gets the ball to throw it in and face your press.
Right.
And I learned this the hard way my first year. I had the referee that was on my sideline toward midcourt, and I was down toward the basket. So when the ball went through the hoop, I was not actually physically, as the head coach, close to the referee that needed to hear me. So from that point on, you watch the film, you see as a coach even what you're doing. All right, as that ball goes up in the air, I need to run myself over to where that referee is. So as soon as it goes through the net, I get that timeout. The same thing I would say for Monroe here. Whichever coach on the staff, whether that would be Coach Mullins or somebody else in charge of taking these timeouts, you got to get right there next to the side judge. So as soon as that whistle blows to mark the Ross player down, you can get that timeout taken. Second down.
Yeah, 2nd and 8.
2:56 left on the stop clock. It's a roll around to the right for Fraisman. He's going to tuck it back up.
Wow.
He's going to get close to the first down marker, and it might even be better for Ross if he didn't get it. It's going to be really close, and it is
They signal first down.
a first down.
I'll tell you, all props to Ross here. I mean,
disciplined and workmanlike, isn't it?
Oh, I mean, Monroe knows they're running it. Ross knows they have to run it.
The clock is stopped. It looks like Monroe has taken a timeout.
Yep.
Now, one other interesting thing here with calling a timeout on a first down play, the clock already is going to stop, at least momentarily, because you got the first down.
Right.
Now, it will run once it's spotted.
Right.
But instead of 40 seconds off the clock, maybe only 25 or 30 go off there. So I tend to prefer to take my timeouts after a first down play rather than before a first down play. If I can.
Oh, I agree with you.
Again, it's a small little detail. It may have only cost you 10 seconds or so because there will be another play on this drive that Monroe will not have a timeout then to be able to take, and the full 40 will then come off the clock. Although if Ross gets another first down here, it may be all she wrote.
I'll tell you, I'm looking at Monroe, and they are spent. They are.
They've played their tails off tonight.
They are spent, and Ross has a little more spring in their step. I think they know they can, cement the win here.
There's going to be a lot of really, really smelly SUV vehicles coming out of the parking lot in this game. These guys have earned it, both teams. My goodness. You remember that smell being a dad?
Oh, my God, it was horrible.
1st and 10. Fraisman's going to keep it, and he's going to scramble around to the short side of the field.
They're trying to push him out of bounds.
But his forward progress is stopped inbounds, and I think he hit the turf inbounds anyway. Clock will run.
Why aren't they calling a timeout?
They're going to save the timeout here. They're taking it after a different play. That's fine. It's not going to hurt anything. They've only got one left. It really doesn't matter when they take it. But
all right, they're down to 2:26, 2nd and 7.
And counting. Ross needs one more first down, and they will probably be able to get in victory formation after that.
Yeah. They're letting that clock wind down now.
And here's where, we keep an eye on the back judge because there's no play clock on the field, but the back judge will put his hand up in the air
when
there's 5 seconds left to go on the play clock.
Right.
He is the referee that is responsible for the play clock.
There's the 5 seconds.
There's the 5-second warning. Down below 2 minutes left. Fake the fullback. Pitch wide to the left. Tucking up the field is Aiden Brown. Aiden Brown spins around and is tackled around the 20-yard line. And I think this is going to be the beautiful 3rd and 1 that you love when you're trying to bleed a clock down. 3rd and 1 is just absolutely gold because you got 2 plays to get the first down. Monroe is going to let the clock run here. They're going to try to take the timeout if they can stop them here on 3rd down.
Right.
That obviously is the strategy for Coach Mullins over there on the Monroe sideline. Dan, this has been a good one here.
Yes, it has. Impressed with both teams. I mean, these running games, they've been strong. And Ross especially, they knew they had to get this drive to win the game.
Fraisman keeps it up the middle. Going to fall forward.
He's got the
the yards
down.
he needs.
There you go. That is the ball game.
That's going to be it. They're down to 1:05 on the clock. Clock will pause.
The cowbells are erupting here at Ross.
It's going to take
first
one kneel down.
Another Ross first down.
It's going to take one kneel down, and this is going to be it. The Ross Rams are going to improve to 2-0. They're going to pick up 6 second-level points and 5.5 first-level points by beating Monroe. And then they're waiting to find out a final score for Wilmington to see if they can get another 5.5 on top of
Quarterback
that.
ready to take the knee. Here he goes. There it is.
Here's the last snap. Monroe is not going to take their last time out, and you can't exactly blame them there. We're down below 25 seconds left to go.
Unless you're Joe Pisarcik. Never mind. That's an old reference.
Joe Pisarcik.
You don't remember this
Give me the
play?
reference. Let's hear it.
Okay.
Can't just drop that.
1978. The New York Giants were playing the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, no, this is Herman Edwards, isn't it?
Herman Edwards. Joe Pisarcik handed the ball to Larry Zonka, who was not with Miami. He was with the Giants.
Our second Larry Zonka reference in the broadcast.
Thank you. He fumbled the ball. Herman Edwards ran in for a touchdown. The Eagles won the game.
The miracle at the Meadowlands.
And do you know what that
part
game
one.
did? That led to the Giants firing their entire coaching staff and bringing
Bill
in
Parcells?
Bill Parcells.
How about it?
One of the best things that ever could have happened to the New York Giants.
Who just turned 80 years old, I believe, this
the
week.
big tuna.
I'll have to look that up and see if it was this week. It was recently. So
Good job by both teams tonight. Both stout, great running teams, great defense. I just think Ross wore them down. We saw cramping by Monroe. Monroe played their hearts out. Honestly, I thought Monroe might have had a chance to win this game the way they played the first quarter and a half. Ross flexed, but they did not give up, but just the single touchdown early.
all right, we'll be right back to recap this with a few final thoughts here from Robinson Field. It is the Ross Rams 21, the Monroe Hornets 14.
Looking for future leaders we can believe in? Look no further than the high school student athletes right here in Ohio. High school sports teach young people how to be effective leaders. It includes learning to listen, accepting responsibility, being a good role model, and it's about respect. The result, it transcends sports. It gives us hope for the future. This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
All right, putting a final bow here on this game. This was kind of a man's game, Dan.
It really was. Us old guys like me appreciate these kind of games.
Big uglies in the trenches trying to move bodies. And at the end of the day, Ross was just a hair better. But I'll tell you what, this was not the same Ross-Monroe game as we saw in the playoffs last year.
No, it wasn't. Monroe definitely is much improved. And anyone that has the Monroe Hornets on their schedule down the line, they're going to have to watch out.
Well, the Monroe Hornets next week will return to the Hornets' nest, and they're going to be playing against the Western Brown Broncos, a Division III school from outside the region. They're in the Columbus region, Region 11.
Okay.
They beat Hillsborough badly in Week 1, and they're playing Washington from Washington Courthouse at home tonight. Not seeing a score on that game. So Western Brown will be worth at least 5 second-level points, if not 10.
And then
Ross Rams, they're playing Valley View next week, which is an opponent that Monroe knows well because they were in the old conference there with them in the Southwestern Buckeye for a while.
Okay.
Valley View is also 1-0 coming into tonight's game. And the Spartans are playing at Milton Union tonight. So Valley View is going to be worth at least 4.5 points to Ross and potentially 9.5 points if the Spartans can get their win over Milton Union.
Well, I'm also seeing a few weeks in the future the Ram showdown.
Week 5, and I believe that's going to be a Saturday night at Kumler Field. I believe that is going to be the 18th of September.
Yeah, I'm on vacation.
I think the 11th is going to be Baden and Roger Bacon. on a Saturday, back-to-back Saturday games there at Coomer since Edgewood is home for the Friday nights. Baden has to move their games to Saturday night. Right, they're the only game in town. It's pretty good.
Baden used to play a lot of Saturday games. That was in the old days.
And I'll tell you what, Baden and Ross, that game, I've got that one circled as well. I think that one's going to be a heck of a lot of fun.
It's going to be
in
fun.
3 weeks. All right, any final thoughts here for Ross and Monroe?
No, I think I'm pretty much spent, just like a lot of the players here. I don't have
you
any
cramping
cramps.
up, Danny?
No cramps. My vocal cords are hanging in there. The rest of my body, different story.
They're going to come pull him out of this barn here, and they're going to have a trainer, massaging his neck, I think, at the end of this game. From a very muggy and slick Robinson Field, a very proud Ross Rams team goes 2-0. Monroe goes back home feeling really, really good about how they played tonight in a losing effort. It is the Ross Rams 21, the Monroe Hornets 14. And for Dr. Dan Vogt, for Chris Vogt, Joey Vogt, Dave and Di Vogt, Jim Vogt and Dodie Vogt, and all the other votes known to man, right?
That's right.
This is Joel Sackenheim for the Butler County High School Sports Report Radio Network.
Good night, everybody.